the band, which will be forming the T. And when Tennessee's band does form that giant T, I'm sure that will engender another crescendo as the Tennessee team now is out of the tunnel to your right. Down below, the Pride of the Southland Band, directed by Dr. J. Julian, who is completing his silver anniversary. There's the T, ladies and gentlemen. The Volunteers are jumping and waiting for that signal for them to come racing onto the field. And we'll hold it right here as the University of Tennessee football team. It is, ladies and gentlemen, it's football time in Tennessee. Flashbulbs flashing all over the place as people with cameras are taking pictures of Tennessee racing onto the field. Right side 40, 45-50, gets outside 45-40, 35-30, 25-20, 15, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 60 yards. Just how? Touchdown, Big Orange. And the Volunteers are 6 minutes away from knocking off the nation's number 2 football team. We'll let you share the enthusiasm of a Big Orange night in the Superdome. We'll count it down with 4, 3, 2, 1. Tennessee beats
This is your day. I can say this with all sincerity. I have never seen a group of men and a staff, fellows out there, do such a job of preparation and getting yourselves ready to play. The only thing I did is stay out of your way today. I'm so proud of the staff and their preparation, and you guys have to get it done. How you doing, Ben? Do you enjoy it? Yeah! One last thing I'd like to say. Watch what you say. We know why we won. We have to play them next year. We have to play 9 more people this year. Win with honor. Win with class. Win with pride. And win with modesty. Be good. Don't tell people, I'm happy for you. It's your day, one knee. Amen. Hallelujah.
UTV and the Big Orange Video Library presents Vols 85, The Sweet Taste of Sugar, the story of Tennessee's 1985 SEC football championship season.
The 85 season began with Vol fans concerned about a young, untested defense. UCLA shocked the Vols early as Gaston Green sprints 72 yards on the 3rd play of the game. The Bruins built a 10-0 advantage in the first quarter, but Robinson gets the offense untracked in the second period. The 30-yard pass to McGee set up Carlos Reve's first field goal of his UT career. And after a Bruin punt, Robinson is back at work. Four plays later, Tennessee faces a 3rd and goal at the Bruin 4. The touchdown catch by Hendricks ties the score at 10, but the Vols aren't through in the first half. It's Chris White's first career interception and gives Tennessee a chance to get into field goal range. Reves drills a 33-yard field goal, and the Vols lead 13-10 at halftime. In the 3rd quarter, Robinson goes for the big play early. Tennessee builds a 26-10 lead in the 4th quarter. But the Bruins stage an impressive rally and tie the game in the closing seconds. The disappointment melts away quickly for the Volunteers because the next opponent is top-ranked Auburn with its Heisman Trophy candidate at tailback, Bo Jackson. Auburn received the opening kickoff, and Neyland Stadium was at a fever pitch.
Now here is Auburn in an I formation. Tennessee jumping around on defense. Quarterback Berger gives to the fullback, and charging over the right side of the line is 5'11" Tommy Agee. He gets 2 yards to the 34, where he's swarmed under by a host of orange-clad Volunteers. In the backfield for Auburn at quarterback, Jeff Berger, 6 feet 201 sophomore, Cedartown, Georgia. The running backs, Bo Jackson, 6'1", 222 senior from Bessemer. Tommy Agee, the fullback, 5'11", 210 junior, Maplesville. The wideouts will be Wagand and Gaines. Occasionally they'll go with 2 tight ends. The tight end is Parks. It will be 2nd down and 8. A man in motion from the far side near east to west. This, the quarterback Berger. 1 yard, that's it. Pounded down at the 35-yard line by Kelly Ziegler on an option to the left side, but Ziegler filled the gap and nailed Berger after a gain of a yard. It will be 3rd down and 7. Defensively for Tennessee across the front, Tyrone Robinson, Robbie Scott, Richard Brown, Mark Hovanek, Dale Jones. Linebackers Ziegler and Miller. The cornerbacks Kramer and Brown. The safeties are Davis and Sims. 3rd down and 7. Auburn with Berger to the near side. Pitch to Jackson at the corner. He's tackled for no gain as Tennessee filled on the right side with Andre Kramer and then Darren Miller, the linebacker, up to pound him to the ground.
Now it was Tennessee's turn.
It's a 3rd down for Tennessee. 3rd down and right at 5 yards to go, a little more. Tennessee with Robinson back to throw. Looking across the middle. Robinson's going to run. He's at the 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45, 40. Robinson on his way. Gets down to the 32-yard line before he's finally tackled.
Later, Robinson described the key play.
Yes, I think they were playing a one coverage, and there was nobody in the middle, and I just took off up the middle and got a good game for us, got us going, got everybody fired up, and just went on down and scored.
The Big Orange was in business, and 4 plays later, faced 1st and goal at the 3. Charles Wilson's touchdown made it 7-0. And after an exchange of punts, Auburn was on offense.
2nd down, a little over 2 to go. 2 flankers right, 1 the slot man, a man in motion back to the left in the I formation. Tennessee in a 5-man front. This will be Berger pitching the ball back. Fumble. It has been recovered by the Big Orange. Tennessee recovers the missed pitch out from Berger intended for Jackson, and right there is Terry Brown keying on Jackson, and he just pounced on that ball, and Tennessee gets the turnover at the Auburn 37-yard line. Bill?
They've played the option very well. They've taken it away from Auburn so far in the game. That time they had it covered perfectly, but the key to it, an orange shirt, I don't know who it was, popped Berger, but just as he was trying to make the pitch, he made a bad pitch.
The big play was made by Tyrone Robinson, the junior from Bridgeport, Alabama, the outside linebacker on the right side, who got to Berger, hit him, forced the missed pitch, and Tennessee's got it 1st down in Auburn territory, leading 7-0. Robinson sets his team in the I formation. Robinson fakes, play action, long pass down into the end zone. The man is there. Give him 6. Touchdown, Tennessee! Robinson throws. McGee catches. It was there all the way. McGee had him by 5 yards, and Robinson right on the dollar mark.
The score was now 14-0, and the Tigers started to move until this big play. Second and 2 at the Auburn 40. Freshman Keith Davis gets the call. Three plays later, Robinson faces another important 3rd and goal. Vince Carter makes the touchdown catch, and the Vols lead 21-0. There's still time left in the first half, and Robinson goes to work. The pass to McGee covers 25 yards, and it sets up a 28-yard field goal by Reves. Tennessee carries a 24-0 lead into the 3rd quarter, but the Tigers threaten late in the period.
Auburn will set the power I this time to the right, with Fullwood the standing tailback. This is fullback hurdling. Fullwood, I don't know. It's very, very close. I think he may have it, but we'll just wait and see. Tennessee says he doesn't, but that, I think, may be a bit premature. They're lining it up, and probably a measurement will be asked for. Auburn says it is 1st down. Their players do. Tennessee says it is not. Who says it is not? The referee says it is not a 1st down. Tennessee has stopped Auburn.
Auburn cuts the lead to 24-6 in the 4th quarter, but the Vols stick to their guns. The pass to McGee covers 55 yards, and a penalty takes the ball even closer to the Auburn goal. The The 10-yard scoring pass to Joey Clinkscales makes it 31-6. And after an Auburn touchdown, the Vol offense answers again.
Tennessee back to an I formation set with two wideouts to the left side. Tight end right. Robinson going to look for that tight end. He's held up. He's going to throw the ball deep down into the end zone. It is going to be battled for. Who's got it? Touchdown! Eric Swanson! Two men went up. Two men came down. And Swanson wrestled it away from Arthur Johnson. Swanson with a TD. And he, Bill, worked overtime to get that one.
Well, that was a great play. Of course, that was that little lob pass. Tony just laid it up, let him run under it. The quarterback for Auburn has done a super job covering him. He was all over him. And they both go up to the ball. Swanson took it away from him.
As the goalposts come down, the scoreboard reads Tennessee 38, Auburn 20. And Coach Johnny Majors presides over a happy Vol locker room.
I can say this with all sincerity. I have never seen a group of men and a staff, fellows out there, do such a job of preparation and getting yourselves ready to play. The only thing I did is stay out of your way today. I'm so proud of the staff and their preparation, and you guys have to get it done. How you doing, man? Do you enjoy it? Yeah! One last thing I'd like to say. Watch what you say. We know why we won. We have to play next year. We have to play 9 more people this year. Win with honor. Win with class. Win with pride. And win with modesty. You good? Don't tell people, I'm happy for you. It's your day, one knee.
Bob Kessling talked to defensive tackle Mark Hovanek.
Coach Majors, it was one of the best things I've ever heard. He walked into the locker room before the game. He looked at us. He goes, fellas, he goes, I'm confident. I'm not overconfident. They're a good team. But I demand you go out there and have a good time. And that's what we did.
Majors was asked if his team deserved a place in the national rankings.
I'm not a bit concerned about the rankings today. I'm so excited about beating Auburn, and I'm going to let the rankings take care of themselves. I'm a lot more concerned about enjoying this victory and giving the credit to our young men and those great staff members here, around here now that are being interviewed. And I'll be a lot more concerned about getting ready for Wake Forest tomorrow. Not today, but tomorrow, than I am about the rankings.
Tennessee did, in fact, land in the top 20 the following Monday, and Majors turned his team's attention to the next opponent, Wake Forest. The Vols led by only 7 at the half, but the defense produced a big play midway through the third quarter. Terry McDaniel's interception and 19-yard return put the ball at the Wake Forest 48. Robinson's pass to McGee was good for 21 yards, and then Keith Davis gets the call. The Vols withstand a fourth quarter rally by Wake to win 31-29. Next came the heart of the schedule, road trips to Florida and Alabama. The Florida game shaped up as an emotional contest, and both defenses dominated early. Each team can manage only a field goal in the first half, but Florida stretches out to a 17-3 lead in the third quarter, and the Gators threaten a rout. Terry Brown's interception keeps Tennessee in the game, hoping for some spark on offense. And the big play combo of Robinson to Clinkscales delivers, covering 65 yards. A play later, Robinson looks for 6. But the Vols would get no closer on a hot day in Gainesville, and they fall to the Gators 17-10. But with Florida on probation, there's still a path to the title, and it leads to Birmingham.
It's football time in Tennessee from Legion Field in Birmingham. It's time for Southeastern Conference football. The Alabama Crimson Tide, coached by third-year mentor Ray Perkins, now 4-1 overall, 2-0 in the Southeastern Conference, against the Tennessee Volunteers, coached by Johnny Majors in his 9th year, now 2-1-1 overall, 1-1 in the league.
A tight defensive struggle develops in the first quarter, and Robinson faces a third down early in the second period.
Third down long for the Vols. Robinson, here comes pressure. Robinson steps up, good run, instead dumps the pass out here, pulled down at the 45, down to the 40, down to the 35, down to the 30. This is Keith Davis, who is finally roamed out of bounds at the 28-yard line of the Crimson Tide, where Tennessee will have it first down and 10 to go. Robinson could have run. Then he caught a glimpse of the streaking Keith Davis coming across the middle, went underneath to him, and Davis ends up with a 25-yard sprint, and it's first down, Tennessee.
9 plays late, the Vols have it at the Alabama 1. Wilson and Reveiz make it 7-0, but Alabama responds with a touchdown drive of its own, and after a missed field goal, the Tide moves to the 48-yard line.
Alabama with 2 wideouts right. Shula with time across the middle. The pass is going to be intercepted. Tennessee at the 30. Back to the 35, to the 40. Needs a block on the near side. Gets 1. Has the ball to the 38 and is knocked down as he gets to the 38-yard line. That's Charles Davis with his interception.
Reveiz gets another chance, and this time is true from 38 yards out, and the Vols lead at halftime 10-7. The Vols add another field goal in the third quarter and lead 13-7 late in the period. After the fumble recovery by Jones, Robinson rips off a nice gain on the option on the final play of the quarter as the Vols seek the knockout punch. But adversity strikes the Tennessee team on the next play as Robinson is hurt trying to scramble. The Vols settle for a field goal for a 9-point lead. But with the injury to Robinson, the momentum shifts to Alabama. Quarterback Shula directs the Tide to a quick score to cut the lead to 2 points. And Alabama gets the ball back with plenty of time.
Shula back to throw. Left-handed. Out into the flat. Flag broken up. Was that intercepted in midair? Ladies and gentlemen, what a play by Dale Jones. He was 2 feet away from Mike Shula, and as Shula released the ball, Dale Jones just reached out and picked it out of midair. An unbelievable interception by a big play player, Dale Jones Jr. Cleveland, Tennessee.
It may have been the play of the season, and Jones described it later.
Well, I seen it was going to be a screen. It was a reach game, and they didn't go to the tight end, so I knew he was going to throw it to the back, and I just jumped as high as I could. And I was just lucky, the ball was right there, and I just snagged it.
The Vols are unable to move the ball, and Alabama comes storming back.
For Alabama, third down, 2.5, 3 yards to go. The Tide in the game, 6 of 10 on third down conversion. Shula has the play. The tight end Chandler will be deployed to the left side. I formation. Bell is into the boundary right. Pitch will go back to Hill. Hill is swarmed and dropped short of a first down by Darren Miller. And Tennessee, Bill, defensively absolutely had that play cold.
They really did. They came up and played that perfectly. That's put Alabama in decision-making time right now, John. It's 4th down and about 4.
With just over 4 minutes remaining, Alabama goes for the first down. But the Tide gets the ball back one more time, and Shula moves his team into Tennessee territory.
And so Alabama now will get into the game. Tiffin who will be attempting a 61-yard field goal. Tennessee leads 16-14. And so, with 4 seconds to go in the game, it's down to this. Can Van Tiffen, with the wind at his back, knock home the field goal? There's the kick. It is coming downfield. It is going to be short. The football game is over.
Don't you know the defense plays first man right?
In the emotion-filled Tennessee locker room, defensive coordinator Ken Donahue is presented the game ball.
Thanks, Billy. We'll put this right on the top shelf.
But the win is bittersweet, as Majors describes afterward.
I'm very happy with that courageous victory, but I have a lot of split emotions because I'm afraid it's a very costly victory. It doesn't look good for Tony the rest of the season, and the doctor and the trainer both don't think that he may be back. I hope it's some miracle will happen, but it doesn't look very good right now.
Robinson has surgery 2 days later, and the quarterback reins are handed to senior Darrell Dickey for the next game against Georgia Tech. Tennessee fumbles the opening kickoff, but the defense stiffens on 3rd and goal. The Jackets settle for a field goal. It stands until the 4th quarter when they add another to make it 6-0. But Dickey then gets the Vols moving. But the drive stalls, and Reveiz is sent in for a long field goal try. The kick is good from 55 yards, but moments later, Reveiz misses another try from a tough angle in close, and Tennessee gets the ball back with only 40 seconds left and no timeouts. Dickey's pass to Carter covers 18 yards, and after killing the clock, he resets the offense.
Here's the man. Pass downfield is caught. Grabbed at the 34-yard line, and it will be for Tennessee at that point with 14 seconds to go. Eric Swanson making a diving catch, and Tennessee is now getting Carlos Reveiz in to attempt the field goal with 14 seconds to go. It will be a 51-yard attempt to tie the game by Carlos Reveiz. The clock is stopped for the marking of the ball for the first down, and now the clock will be wound. 41-yard field goal try by Carlos Reveiz. Down. Kick in the air by Reveiz. It is long enough. Is it true? That kick, ladies and gentlemen, is good.
The Vols tie the Yellow Jackets 6-6, and now look to the homecoming game with Rutgers. On Tennessee's first possession, Dickey moves crisply downfield. The touchdown to Keith Davis makes it 7-0, and moments later the defense strikes. White's interception return covers 55 yards, and the Vols blitz to a 40-0 homecoming victory. But a trip to Memphis is next, and the Vols know they'll face a talented team in Memphis State. Tennessee gets an early break as the Tigers fumble a punt, and Reves converts a 24-yard field goal, but the Tigers move back downfield. Kelly Ziegler's interception stops the drive, but Memphis State blocks a punt for a touchdown late in the quarter and leads 7-3. The Vols go on offense, looking for the big play. Dickey's pass to Smith covers 30 yards, and 5 plays later, the Vols have it 3rd and 6. After McGee's touchdown, the Vols get the ball back and start another drive. Again, it's Jeff Smith with a key play. And after a Jeff Powell run, the Vols have it at the 9-yard line. Swanson's catch gives Tennessee a 17-7 halftime lead, but the Tiger defense stiffens in the second half, and it's all up to the Vol defense. Andre Kramer's interception stopped this drive, but Memphis State drives deep into Vol territory late in the game, and the Tigers go for it on 4th and 1 at the 10. The Vols stop the drive and go on to win 17-7. Now all attention is focused on the final 3 games of the SEC season. Ole Miss is the first obstacle, and Coach Billy Brewer brings his fine freshman quarterback Chris Osgood to Knoxville. Tennessee goes for the big play early. Moments later, Dickey faces 3rd and 10 at the 27. The 22-yard play to McGee sets up big Sam Henderson. The Vols lead 7-0, and the defense gains momentum. Freshman Jeff Francis spells Dickey at quarterback and looks impressive in a scoring drive. The Vols lead 17-7 at the half and pour it on in the 3rd quarter. Tennessee builds a 24-7 lead in the 3rd quarter, and Dickey adds some icing midway through the final period. Final score, Tennessee 34, Ole Miss 14. Now a trip up Interstate 75 to play Kentucky at Lexington. After Kentucky receives the opening kickoff, the Vols force a big turnover. Tennessee turns the fumble into a field goal, and Reves adds another in the second quarter to give the Vols a 6-0 halftime lead. Tennessee takes the opening kickoff of the second half and moves downfield, where Dickey faces a 3rd and 16 at the 37.
Dickey, straight drop again, all-out blitz. Dickey is going to escape the blitz, throws the pass long downfield, battling for it, caught, taking it to the 8, down to the 5, down to the 4, down to the 3, down to the 2, down to the 1. Give him 6. Tim McGee, touchdown, Tennessee.
A 2-point conversion makes it 14-0, and the Vol defense responds. The defense holds, and Dickey again moves into scoring position. McGee's catch gives Tennessee a 3-touchdown lead, and moments later, the Vols are again on the march. The run by Keith Davis covers 22 yards, and the Vols have it at the 18.
Tennessee to the line. 2nd down 10. Dickey to throw. Quick down and out. Throwing the ball deep for Clay Scales. Give him 6. Touchdown, Big Orland. Clay Scales on that patented pass, and Dickey just laid it up and said run under it and catch it. And Clay Scales runs under and catches it for 6 big ones.
Tennessee goes on to win 42-0 and recapture the symbol of victory in this long series. The defense had recorded its 2nd shutout, and Bob Kessling talked to Darren Miller.
Darren Miller had 2 big plays, caused 2 fumbles, 1 on the opening play for Kentucky, and it really helped the game. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Tell us about the defensive effort.
I thought it was a great effort by the defense overall. We shut them out. You can't ask no more.
Now the season of destiny would come down to the final game. Tennessee needed to beat Vanderbilt in Knoxville to claim the conference championship and a spot in the Sugar Bowl. The largest crowd ever to see a game in the South packed Neyland Stadium to cheer the Vols to the title and say goodbye to the seniors.
Florida. He wore number 10 all during his collegiate career. He's being brought out in a van, well, a little mobile golf cart, actually. He's got his jersey on, Bill Anderson. Tony Robinson, this must be a very, very moving moment for him.
I would think so, John. And of course, he's been such a vital part of this football team, and he suffered such a tragic injury, and an opportunity for him here. He's not able to run, so they're going to drive him.
Listen to this roar for Tony Robinson. What it's all about.
Bandy down the opening kickoff in the end zone and went on offense.
Single running back will be Carl Woods behind Gromos. They run a man in motion right to left, back to throw. Gromos being pressured, giving ground, back there, throws the ball away, and he was sacked, and a penalty marker is dropped, and what's it going to be? Possibly intentional grounding. The outside linebackers putting the pressure on, a penalty marker dropped at the 6-yard line, and what's it going to be? It is going to be intentional grounding of Vanderbilt. And so the penalty will be assessed. He was at the 6-yard line when he released the pass. penalty of half the distance to the goal, Vanderbilt, on its first play from scrimmage, loses 17 yards and also loses the down.
The Vols force a punt and drive downfield. McGee's touchdown puts the Vols on top 7-0, but the Commodores break a long run and move down to the 8-yard line.
And here's Vandy to the line. Third down, right at 3 yards to go. They're shifting around. 2 wide out right, 1 to the left. Tennessee in a 5-man front. Gromos with Woods behind him. Man in motion, back to the right. They overload Tennessee to the wide side of the field. Here's play action, back to throw Gromos. Gromos is going to be sacked at the 23-yard line by Kelly Ziegler. Tennessee comes again with that all-out blitz. Everybody coming, smelling the pass. Gromos went with play action, but he then held the ball, and Ziegler kept coming full tilt. And so he is snowed under on the blitz back up at the 21-yard line.
Vandy misses a field goal try, and the Vols go on offense. Dickey's pass to Smith covers 32 yards, and it sets up a field goal by Reves to make it 10-0 at the end of the first quarter. Early in the second quarter, a Vandy turnover gives the Vols good field position.
Single running back will be Sam Henderson. Vanderbilt in a 4-man rush. Back to throw Dickey. Has time. Looking, waiting. Here's the pass deep. The man's wide open. Swanson at the 10. Swanson at the 5. 4, 3, 2, 1. Give him 6. Eric Swanson. Touchdown, Big Orange. Daryl Dickey had a week to look, and suddenly, along the near sideline, out of a wave of orange along the orange-clad sideline, popped absolutely free Eric Swanson, who makes his 3rd touchdown of the year, and he made the catch and battled against the defender, carrying him the final 5.
The pass play to Swanson covers 24 yards, and the Vols take a 24-0 lead. Reves adds another field goal moments later, and Tennessee leads 27-0 at halftime. During its halftime show, the pride of the Southland Band salutes retiring athletics director Bob Woodruff. Vols add another field goal in the third quarter, and the countdown to the championship begins.
Tennessee will have the ball, and the crowd is alive as Tennessee is moving to the Southeastern Conference Championship. 19 seconds left to go in the football game. Tennessee's got to get an offensive team out there. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's the 11th man coming out. Tennessee's players also celebrating, knowing that they'll be spending their New Year's holiday in New Orleans, in the Superdome. The crowd is massed around the way, and a lot of officers are there. Here is Francis just stepping by to down the ball, and Tennessee, unless Vanderbilt uses a timeout, will be now just counting the clock away. And the Volunteer football team racing onto the field. We'll count it down. 3, 2, 1. Tennessee is the Southeastern Conference champion for 1985.
As the record crowd of 97,000 celebrates outside, Dale Jones describes his feeling in the Vol locker room.
Congratulations on it. You got your shirt with your picture on it, everything. You're all set.
I'm ready to go. All I need is a plane ticket down there, and I'm going.
I think we'll get you a plane ticket. Tell us about the defensive effort today. You guys came right out and just established the tempo, and that was it?
Hey, we knew what we had to do. The coaches, hey, credit goes to the coaches. You know, we just go out there and do what they say, and that's all you have to do. Coach Donahue's done a great job with us and all the coaches, and hey, we want more now.
Yeah, the turnovers again today. You forced a couple of more and gave the offense a chance to score.
Yeah, we did. You know, it's just something that we strive, you know, we work for, we strive for, and, you know, it just shows you what kind of team you can be by, you know, creating turnovers and playing the things that football's all about.
As a leader on this team, the turnovers, the adversity, the injuries, everything, this has got to be a big win for you.
Hey, it is. This is, you know, this is the reason I came to Tennessee, and I'll never forget this. And, you know, next year we're going to go shoot for higher. This is what we shot for this year, and we made it. And next year we're going to shoot for even higher.
And Coach Johnny Majors sums up his feelings about the championship season.
Well, you can't imagine how happy I am. Somebody asked me a few minutes ago how I would compare it with winning it as a player. Well, it's a matter of when the time happens. It's always great to win. It's always great to win the championship. And I'll tell you, I'm so happy I don't know what to do, but I'm happy for myself, but I'm going to tell you some people I'm happy for more. I'm happy for the Tennessee fans who really stick with our football teams through the years. I'm happy with the people in the administration who've helped us and supported us. And for Bob Woodruff, who is the 50th year anniversary of starting at Tennessee as a volunteer. This is last year, and I think that's terrific. I couldn't think of a better way to send him on his retirement, and he'll still be around here now. But most of all, I'm really happy with those people, and I'm excited. I'm extremely pleased for our players and coaches who worked so hard. The championship won't buy them a house, and it won't buy them a car or feed their family, but it's something that they will never be able to take away from them.
With the regular season concluded, the individual honors come pouring in. Tim McGee and Chris White were named All-Americans. McGee, White, Jones, Wilkerson, and Reves were all SEC. And Coach Johnny Majors was named SEC Coach of the Year. But one thing stayed in focus. This was a team championship. A courageous team that experienced the sweet taste of sugar. The following is a presentation of UTV. University of Tennessee Sports on Television.
Don't you know the defense played for this man right here?
Thanks, Billy. We'll put this right on the top shelf.
The Vols send two wideouts right, looking over an 8-man line. He's going to pump the pass down into the end zone. Give him 6. Touchdown, Tennessee!
The Johnny Majors Show.
There are several plays to football fans that stand out in the long and eventful Tennessee-Alabama series. 1928, Gene McEver's kickoff return. 1939, the run by Johnny Butler. In 1983, it was Johnny Jones, of course. Coach Johnny Majors, this year, a defensive play, and we're happy to have the man who made the play here with us. Dale Jones will be visiting, but right now, we want you to describe the play of the week, Tennessee at Alabama.
Well, there's no way you could describe it in words with the feeling you had on the field, John. Right now, Shula is driving back to pass. He's going to throw a short pass at number 26, Humphreys, out there, and Dale Jones just makes a tremendous individual effort. Dale jumps up, gets his hands up, that he's taught to do by Coach Mel Foles and our defensive staff, but that's also outstanding individual play and good athletic ability to tip the ball and react so quickly and catch the ball shortly before it hits the ground.
And there's Dale Jones looking at the cheering orange and white at the east end of the stands. Dale Jones, what were you thinking right now at this minute?
I was just thinking about the fans of, you know, how great support that they gave us down there, and, you know, it's something, you know, for me just to be in a game with our fans and being behind us, it was just tremendous.
I think any game Dale thinks is tremendous. He gets ready, but I think he, like all Tennessee players, realizes the significance of the greatness in the Tennessee-Alabama rivalry and the first-class manner in which it's handled normally each year. And he's right about our great fans. They're terrific year in and year out, and always they're there strong. They're supporting us at Alabama. We don't teach Dale to play to the crowds, but I'd say at that time we would not critique Dale on his natural enthusiasm. I'll say this, I remember this vividly. I don't think I'll ever forget how I was feeling. I know I shall never forget the play as long as I live. But I know what was going through my mind vividly at that time. I knew that we needed to have a big, big break for us to win the ball game, in my opinion. A big break defensively at that particular time. And I told our players, let's think about a turnover. Fumble, Usky. But Dale had to do it.
Very good, Coach Johnny Majors. Now, Dale Jones, we're going to watch this play again. And we want you to describe it and to start just more or less telling what you were anticipating and then describe exactly what happened. What was in your mind?
Well, I knew the defense had to come up with a big play. And as the play unfolded, they came out with a run. The play was going to be a read screen. And the tight end went out, and the DB, Tommy Sims, you know, did a good job on tight end. He was on him. So I went upfield, and I knew they were going to throw it out to the back out in the backfield. So I just came up, you know, tried to get in front of the ball and got my hands up as high as I could, and the ball fell in my hands, and I went down.
I'll tell you, that was dramatic enough on the field of play, but it's even more dramatic to see that slow motion shot, to see how far Dale extended himself. Dale, that was a superior effort, and then also to come back on the ground and catch the ball as it was descending.
I've never seen a play like that. Have you?
I've seen a lot of great plays and a lot of bad ones. I've never seen one quite like that. No, it's very unique, and I won't forget that one, young man. And I know a lot of people talk about Johnny Butler's run. I wasn't around at that time, and talk about some other ones. I did see Johnny Jones' run. That was a great one. I saw Andre Kramer's punt return last year, and Tony Robbins' two-point play. But I also remember one other good defensive play, Mike Terry's interception, when Walter Lewis came back in our first victory in 11 years. Walter Lewis came storming downfield with that Alabama offense, and Mike Terry intercepted the pass in the end zone in the last 10 seconds. But that was the most dramatic play I've seen on defense possibly in my lifetime.
A moment to remember for Tennessee fans for years and years to come. Next up, Greg Peterson with this week's Vol Profile.
This week's Vol Profile highlights a member of our young and improving defensive line.
There's frustrations around here, you know, with the coaches, and you know, sometimes they're coming down on you, or somebody else is coming down on you, or your parents or something. So when you get out there, you can just go ahead and say, look, you know, this is me out here. I'm gonna go out here and do what I got to do, and just cut it loose, and you know, nobody's gonna stop you from doing what you want to do.
For sophomore defensive tackle Mark Ovanek, doing what he wants to do is very important. And he's made it clear so far this season that what he wants to do is make it tough on opposing offenses. Ovanek's starting role on defense did not come easy. His ambition was to play linebacker for the Big Orange, but it was not in the cards.
And I got here and they wanted a 4.6 guy, and I wasn't, you know, there's no way I was going to run a 4.6. So they moved me to offensive line, and I quit. And me and Coach Majors discussed it, and he said, well, look, we'll give you a chance at defensive line. And then if that doesn't work out, we'd like you to go back to offensive line. Well, I agreed to that, and Coach Shaw promised me before the season started last year, he goes, you won't be moved again. And I took him to his word, and I worked hard, and when Coach Donahue came in the spring, he must have saw something that Coach Shaw didn't, or whatever, and he gave me a chance.
From the outside looking in, most would think quitting was the easy way out. But Hovanek says that's just not the case.
To come out of high school and want something so bad, and then just to have it like all pulled out from under you and move you to offensive line, it's a big downer on your ego. It was almost like they say around here, this is nothing against the offensive linemen. They're great athletes and they're great guys, but they say offensive line is the last stop for the bus stop. And so that's the way I kind of took it.
Mark was finally given the chance to play on the defensive side of the ball and spent his first year learning the ropes. And as 1985 rolled around, a combination of injuries to other players and Hovanek's hard work led to a starting job.
I always had faith in myself, and my family always stuck by me. And there was a few times I call home and say, look, Mom, I'm coming home. But they said, just stick in there and hang in there. We got faith in you. We know you can play there. And sooner or later, you're going to get your chance, and that's what happened.
What has happened is a courtship of an athlete with the position for which he was meant. Hovanek's lifestyle and attitude are perfectly suited for the play of defensive tackle.
Yeah, you can go a little more reckless, because if you do something wrong and you don't make the play, there's always going to be somebody to back you up. So you don't really have to worry about being in the right place at the right time all the time. But it was something that almost came natural to me. I got down there, and the first day Coach Shaw put me in my stance, and he said, look, you're going to use your hands, and I just popped them up, and from that day on, it's just the way it's been going. There's definitely room to improve, no doubt. But I think if I keep working hard, and if Coach Donahue keeps working with me, things are going to come along.
For the Johnny Majors Show, I'm Greg Peterson.
It's certainly an interesting story, John. It's great if you're lucky enough to have a great mom. His mom gave him encouragement because he has a fine dad, too. I know them both. And his mother is an excellent cook. I know that, too. I ate at her table when we recruited Mark. And Mark went through some frustrations, and so did we, trying to find the right location for him. I think he covered that back, wanting to be a linebacker. He had a great desire for it. Mark is unique. He's not that big. He's a 252-pounder. He whipped the Florida tackle for 3 sacks. That weighed 290 or so. And interesting comment he makes that if Coach Donahue keeps working with me, I'm going to keep working. I'll guarantee you this, as long as Mark stays here, Coach Donahue's going to work with him and everybody else. But the young man has showed he's got courage, and he has desire, and he has fighting spirit.
A look at Tennessee defensively, and right now, offensive coordinator Walt Harris is the subject of this week's Coach's Close-Up.
When I was growing up, I really loved the 49ers. I had a paper route, and the money I used to make from my paper route, I used to go with my uncle and call his buddies and get season tickets for 49er games. So I used to love to watch Johnny Unitas and Raymond Berry when they came to town, and John Brody and Wyatt Tittle and Hugh McElhaney, and those old names that most people won't know nowadays, except for the ones that are old as I am. My career, I think my senior year wasn't quite as illustrious as it was my other years in junior college, and also my first year there. I got kind of out-talented. We improved our talent, but I alternated, started with the guy who was a much better athlete than I was, but he was always hurt, and I always stayed healthy, and he suddenly got well on Thursday, and we split the time. Then we had a lot of injuries during my senior year, and they moved me to tailback. I played 3 games at tailback.
I mean, if we didn't win, it crushed me. And then I wasn't able to be there for Walt when he was needing someone to not be as down as he was. And I think since we've had the children, I realize that I've got a good husband and 2 great kids to go home to. And whether we win or lose, there's always a job somewhere. So it's important to me, but I just try to keep things in perspective that football and winning is not everything. And there's always going to be a place for us in football somewhere, and that's really the most important things to me.
I've been on staffs where the coordinator does everything. You know, he calls every shot, tells every play, doesn't use much influence and input from other people. And during those experiences with me, that wasn't very much fun. It was good to learn from the man, but it wasn't as fun. And I really feel like we have real good coaches, and I'd be missing the boat if I didn't utilize their skills and their talent. And plus, I hope they feel that is an opportunity for them to feel like they have a big piece of the action.
I remember vividly talking to this young man about coming to Tennessee. He was coaching for Mike White, and I was looking all over the country for offensive coordinator or offensive quarterback coach. And from everywhere I talked, people I talked with, he was the #1 man we were looking for. And I asked him and his wife to come in for an interview. I like to meet the wives too, because that's a big factor in our lives. As you can tell by Nancy, a beautiful lady who's a very smart, conscientious young lady. And Walt came in and watched our films. He'd been involved with a pass-oriented offense at Illinois, a very productive offense. And after watching our films with our offensive coaches and discussing with me, he says, well, one thing I like about it, Coach, you all also run the ball well. I said, well, how do you feel about the run-pass combination? He says, Coach, the main thing is to score and win, running or passing. Got 2 cute kids, and they are very, very family-oriented. Scotty and Heather, Summer, Skylar and Summer are lovely kids, and they are really family-oriented. Nancy put it like it was. They put first things first, as important as football is.
Tennessee's offensive first family, so to speak. Next up, Diane May's Big Orange America.
Diane May features a Vol historian in this week's Big Orange America.
He doesn't work for any newspaper. He's not a photographer for any magazine. Bud Fields is just an amateur shutterbug who's made the Tennessee Vols his own particular hobby. He doesn't just take pictures, though. He collects them, thousands of them, and he keeps them in scrapbooks, big scrapbooks.
I started collecting pictures when I was 12 years old. And I just amazed, hundreds of pictures. I used to go up to the News Sentinel and the Journal and beg pictures from the, the sports writers. They'd give me a few to, tell me to scram, kid. And I had all these pictures, and I started putting them in these scrapbooks. And, I've got so many that I just feel like that I can't quit. I just keep on adding on to it.
Each scrapbook weighs about 50 pounds. That's because they contain
everything that pertains to Tennessee football, posters that they have now, the Heisman candidates like Tony Robinson or Johnny Jones or Reggie White, and pictures of the covers to old football programs, various years. And I save football brochures from every year.
Bud says his hobby has led him to meet a lot of good people.
I've had some real good friends, some of the players that have played in years past. I've had some good friends, and of course I met Majors a few years ago, and when I picked him on my all-time Tennessee team, we became good friends, I believe.
Majors even autographed Bud's scrapbook.
Let's see, to Bud Fields, a deep orange-blooded volunteer with best wishes always and a deep appreciation for helping preserve our great tradition.
A few years ago, Bud compiled all his photographs and published a book, a pictorial history of Tennessee's football program. Bud says seeing his pictures in print was a boyhood dream come true and the culmination of a lifetime of work. When you see Bud on the sidelines, you'll know he's adding to his collection, to those scrapbooks that he says he wouldn't sell at any price. His only wish, he says, is that he could find some way to share them with all the rest of the Big Orange fans. I'm Diane May for Big Orange America.
All of us who like history and appreciate it, regardless of what it is, can appreciate people like Bud. He has worked very hard for that, but I think he's enjoyed it. It's more of a hobby than work. And I wouldn't take anything from my collection. He has pictures that I've never seen anywhere before.
We'll take a look at Tennessee's next opponent, the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, when we return in just 1 minute. This week, Tennessee returns to Knoxville to play Georgia Tech, a traditional foe, though not a conference game anymore. And Coach Johnny Majors, we have to start with the question, Tony Robinson, out for the year, outstanding player. Your thoughts about that and about what you're going to do.
Well, according to people who watched a lot of Tennessee-Alabama games, it was one of the most dramatic Tennessee-Alabama games that they'd ever seen, and certainly one of the great ball games I've been associated with. I've never seen two teams play any harder. It was a great victory, a very costly one. We had a quarterback that I have not seen anything like him before, with his ability, his winning attitude, his great confidence. He didn't believe the world could stop him. A very good leader, very smart. With Tony Robinson, I think that we have an outstanding football team. We're going to miss him much. The worst thing about it is I feel for the young man. He has a great pro career ahead of him. We have a great surgeon, an outstanding trainer, and I hope he still has one ahead of him. That's the biggest loss, is for the young man to be hurt for the rest of the season, from his own standpoint. Great loss to us. However, now, in all due respect to Tony Robinson, we can't feel sorry for ourselves very long, because people are not going to feel sorry for you very long, and you can't sit around in the doldrums. We've got to band together, tighten up, button our chin straps a little tighter, not to be corny, and close ranks and keep marching forward. Our quarterbacks, Darrell Dickey, Jeff Francis, and a couple of other young freshmen will be competing for the job. Darrell's a 5-year senior. His courage, his guts, his intelligence. He's been around football all of his life. He's had very good coaching from our quarterback coaching, Walt Harris. He's into the game. He had one start against Army, and his performance was good enough to win. We didn't stop him on defense enough. So we hope that he will do the job. I think our team will rally around him. We have one of the guttiest football teams I've been around, and I think Darrell will fit into our gutty personality.
The following is a presentation of UTV, University of Tennessee Sports on Television.
That's a great feeling to look forward to playing a good football game with a good team. Let's think about how bad do we want to be in the top 20. And more important, how bad do we want to be in the top 10. And how quick do we want to get there, and how much do we want to stay there to compete for the Southeastern Conference Championship and to win a national championship. There are going to be 20 to 25 or 30 teams with a chance to win it. Do we want to be one of those? How bad do we want to be it? Big Ten's been top 20 the last 2 years and got knocked out late in the season, but somebody wasn't as good as we were. You want to set up a top 20? You want to sit there and beg to be in the top 20 the 1st of November? November the 15th, huh? Or do you want to earn it? Start the first game of the season. Jump out there and get after some folks start coming out of the chute ready to go. You want to be in the top 10? You want to stay in the top 10? You want to be out tough for UCLA. They got some great athletes. You got to be tougher to beat them. And better discipline to beat them. We ought to be more disciplined than those guys, and we ought to be tougher than they are. You got to be tougher than UCLA to beat them. You got to be better disciplined. You got to be tougher. Keep that in mind all summer long.
Tennessee fans here and throughout the country listening to this broadcast begin to experience the feeling of excitement as the University of Tennessee Pride of the Southland Marching Band marches from the formation facing the south end zone, where the national anthem has just been played and sung, into the traditional tee. There are thousands of orange balloons, and now as Tennessee comes onto the field, it's football time in Tennessee!
It's that time again.
Wide out, right back to throw. The man's going to become wide open. Long pass is completed to 20, 15, 10, 5. Give him 6. Touchdown, Big Orange.
Welcome to another exciting season of Tennessee football. In the coming weeks, this massive stadium will once again come alive with the anticipation and excitement of college football. Once again, attendance here at Neyland Stadium will go over the 500,000 mark for the 11th straight year. An incredible 3 million fans have gone through the turnstiles in the past 5 seasons. The Tennessee Football Saturday is so much more than a game. It's a happening, an event. For the next 30 minutes, we'll take you behind the scenes to examine the preparation for this big event. We'll go to Cleveland, Tennessee, where outside linebacker Dale Jones worked hard all summer to ready himself for the challenge ahead. We'll then travel to Crossville, where Coach Johnny Majors, his staff, and members of the sports media gathered in early August to have some fun and relax before embarking on the 1985 season. We'll also go to Nashville, where we'll see the heart and soul of Tennessee football, the fans, getting ready for the season in their own unique way. For all of us involved in Tennessee football, it truly is that time again.
Summertime means a lot of things to a college football player, but it does not mean vacation. Here at the University of Tennessee, the players usually spend their summers in the weight room or on the track, striving to be the best football player possible. And any extra time is usually spent trying to earn a few bucks. All these volunteers were not in Big Orange workout gear. They were sporting the latest styles in law enforcement. The dominating blue figures of offensive tackle Bruce Wilkerson and former guard Todd Upton could be seen walking the beat in East Knoxville, patrolling Linden Park, and you can bet they didn't have much trouble keeping the peace.
People seem to think that the people on the east side are bad. They say this is, quote, a bad area, but it's not. If you treat people with respect and ask them to do things the right way, 9 out of 10 times they'll do it.
The summer was busier than usual for these part-time patrollers. In addition to their already rigorous football workout schedule, they had to complete a 40-hour mini academy to earn their blues.
It consisted of, going to school, learning how to shoot the weapon, to taking the proper classes to arrest, write tickets and everything like that. Proper way to handcuff, just all the basic techniques.
Wilkerson has another 2 seasons of football to look forward to at Tennessee, but Todd Upton's career came to a halt this summer when he learned his knee had not responded as expected to surgery. But he's planned ahead, and he looks forward to a career on the police force.
It's a chance for me to get some experience, one, and get a foot in the door and hopefully help me get on the police force once I get through at school.
The stars of the Big Orange Show should be quarterback Tony Robinson and wide receiver Tim McGee. When they weren't on the practice field this summer, working on timing patterns, the two could be found mugging for the camera for the Tennessee Sports Information Department. Tony and Tim were joined on the cover of the 1985 Big Orange Football Guide by All-American cheerleader Sandy Santel, all helping to promote Tennessee's strong aerial attack by posing in the cockpit of an Air Force jet. For junior outside linebacker Dale Jones, summer meant going through the same routine he has since he was in high school, working out in his hometown of Cleveland, Tennessee, and earning some spending money along the way.
You take about a week off, relax, and then you got to start hitting it again. And it consists of, I go to work and work all day. Then, my day's not through. I go out and do my running and lifting weights. And, just try to stay in shape and get ready for the upcoming season.
Dale was up every morning with the birds. 7:30 was clock-in time, and that's when the sweat began to pour. His job at B&J Construction in Cleveland was a better workout in one day than most athletes would get in a week. His boss, Jim Jones, has been a friend for several years and has almost become a father to Dale.
I met him when I was in high school, and he gave me a job. And, he just helps me, gets me motivated and stuff like that. And, I come work for him. I just do things. We work construction. And, I go out to any job that they need somebody, and I'm labor, and I do whatever they want. And, it's pretty much you just do whatever is needed of you. He's the one that, you know, encouraged me to do the things that, you know, I wasn't sure of, you know, as far as football. And, you know, he explained to me that you only live once and you got a dream, you got to go for it. And so I did that, and, you know, he's just become one of my best friends. It gets you tired, you know, for your workout or you know, like after work you go to work out or something, you're tired, and it kind of helps you to push yourself. And, you know, that's like the fourth quarter out there, and you know, it really helps.
After putting in 8 hours of hard labor, getting motivated for another 3 hours in the weight room would be tough in most cases, but not for Dale Jones. Just remembering how a crowd at Neyland Stadium sounds when an opponent is tackled behind the line of scrimmage is all it takes.
And thrown for a loss by Dale Jones, all the way back at the Alabama 36-yard line.
I might be down or something, I'll just start thinking about that, or start thinking about football. And, you know, it don't last long, and I'm ready to go again. Part of my dream was to always go to UT and play. And, you know, I always wanted to go on after that, you know, and just see how far I can go. But, you know, it's just like when you get out there and between, you know, 90,000 people and you're playing on that field, it'll motivate you for a year, there's no doubt about it. I get so keyed up, people will be talking to me, and, you know, I don't listen. I'm just, you know, I've got my mind on the game and what's ahead of me, and that's just me.
The college football coach spends most of his time leading up to a season right here, in the meeting room, pondering over game films and trying to devise that perfect offense and defense. It's a year-round task, so that when the opportunity for a few weeks vacation does come along, well, not much arm twisting is required. Offensive coordinator Walt Harris can easily be characterized as a workaholic.
Oh, you caught it. Nice catch.
No matter how hard he tried to get away from it all with the family this summer, the great game of football managed to creep back into his plans.
I went cold turkey this summer. We went out to California to visit our families, and I just went for about 2.5 weeks without doing anything football-wise. And I think it shocked her that I was able to do it. And then I immediately changed and went down to visit San Diego Chargers for a couple of days. But it's good to get away.
As far as the family, though, just a lot of things that we wouldn't get to do normally during the week, going to the zoo, to the park, horseback riding, just eating out, picnics, that sort of thing. And it sounds like it may not be a special thing, but if you don't do it during the year, summertime is your only time, and that's what makes it special.
You need to get away to freshen yourself, to develop, I think, an improved attitude and a real good outlook. You need a fresh outlook to handle the 7 o'clock in the morning and 10, 11 o'clock at night hours that we spend.
For the entire Vol coaching staff, summer vacation officially came to a close in early August. That's when the annual Johnny Majors golf tournament was played. Each year, the get-together at Lake Tansy on the Cumberland Plateau marks the official beginning of the upcoming football season.
Well, it's one of my favorite times of the year. I don't think there's one more favorite time in my life, or in the period of the year, than this right now. And so, of course, I look forward to football season coming around, but this is kind of the last hurrah to have a little fun and let our hair down, play some golf at the beautiful Lake Tansy and the Cumberland Plateau. The weather is normally beautiful here, and we're going to have a good time.
Well, I think it's a lot of fun today, particularly to meet a lot of the people that are involved with Tennessee football, a lot of the former players, the media people. It's been an exciting day and has some fantastic rounds of golf played.
Once the party is over at Tansy, the mood becomes serious around the football offices at UT. The coach's time is now spent tossing around ideas and working out practice and game plans.
8 counter naked at 5. We'd run out routes.
And as usual, at the head of the class sits head coach Johnny Majors.
Kicking game, I know I believe in it strong. I think it's my greatest love in football. I know Ken believes in it. I know you fellas have watched it last spring. You've been around a kicking game. We've got to all sell ourselves on the importance of it. Big going back to your Arkansas days, where we led the nation 2 or 3 times out of 4 before you got there. and it broke games open for us. I mean, score on defense, it certainly makes a difference, and this is one way that we can do a good job.
You try to cover every foreseeable problem and you can't cover them all, but you try to get as many of them as you can. I think probably the biggest thing is just preparing. During summer ball, there's very little time for preparation, and you want to try to do that ahead of time, where you have a little bit of time, you can think, you're not pressed in a situation of you're able to make a decision without being in a pressure type situation.
Once the plans are etched in all the coaches' minds, it's once again time to etch those plans into the minds of the players. And most of that work takes place on the practice field.
As soon as one season ends, speculation about the next one begins. The man who's at the forefront of all that speculating, the Prince of Predictions, Jerry McCoyne, publisher of Southeastern Football.
No, there's always been a lot of interest in predictions. This time of year, as you could imagine, when we're selling most of our magazines, I would say half my mail has to do with predictions. Either somebody is excited that we picked them for a high finish, or they're disappointed that they were picked very low. It's very hard to please people. But it's a topic of conversation and controversy throughout the summer.
McCoyne says he talks over his picks with his editing and writing staffs and with the coaches, and that there's always disagreement.
I remember a few years ago, Coach Majors and I got a little crossways because I predicted a high finish for Tennessee, and they really weren't that good that year, but it created a lot of enthusiasm in the magazine, and it sold a lot of copies. And I remember Coach Majors didn't especially appreciate the pressure I put on Tennessee that year, but that happens.
For yesterday's UT students, the season officially kicks off with the Nashville Alumni Party in July. 800 to 1,000 people attend every year, making it the biggest alumni bash in the country.
This event, I think, typifies what UT alumni are all about. We, even though this is a Davidson County chapter function, we turn out people from all over the Middle Tennessee area. As a matter of fact, we have one guest here tonight from Houston, Texas.
I guess the biggest thing is you start reading about some things in the newspaper. The press releases start coming out about who's in practice and who's not and the upcoming schedules. The radio talk shows, everybody gets on it, and you start seeing a few more orange around town, so that always helps out.
Some people feel UT fans are like Boy Scouts, always prepared.
We stay ready year-round. As soon as football's over, right into basketball, spring football, and long about now, we can't sleep at night.
Back here at Neyland Stadium, the work has been going on since last spring. They're prepping, polishing, and painting everything from top to bottom. And the employees in the ticket office are hit with a virtual avalanche in April.
Starting around the 1st of April, we begin accepting applications. And usually through the first week in May, that's when our priority closing date is. From then on, we just go through our process of processing the orders, putting them through the computer, getting everyone's orders, making all the changes, things of that sort.
One thing about UT fans, no matter what the season, no matter what the calendar says, they're living on Big Orange time.
Well, every day's football time in Tennessee. It's getting heated up now. The picnic brought it out. The newspapers, the Hot Stove League is going, and so we're looking forward right now to football.
This is Diane May reporting.
Tennessee football goes beyond the 95,000 fans here at each home game. It's also the millions more who listen to the Vol radio network and who watch programs like this one on the UTV network. For the players, the coaches, the fans, it is that time again. Football time in Tennessee. This is John Ward.
following is a presentation of UTV. University of Tennessee Sports on Television.
Hello, everyone. From the Embers on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, Louisiana, this is John Ward. We're going to take a look back at the 1985 football season for the Miami Hurricanes and the Tennessee Volunteers. And we'll take a look, a preview of tonight's Sugar Bowl matchup between these two great schools. We'll look at the second-ranked Miami Hurricanes and their great quarterback, Vinny Testaverde. And, of course, we'll profile the Tennessee Volunteers, champions of the Southeastern Conference, and look back at their storybook season. As we go through tonight's show, we'll take you to some very famous places in this historic city. But we thought the best place to start would be right here on Bourbon Street in the heart of the French Quarter. For Tennessee fans, a 16-year wait is over. This narrow avenue has become a sea of orange all week. And for the teams, the final countdown to destiny has begun. And perhaps a national championship hangs in the balance.
Here come the Volunteers, ladies and gentlemen. It's football time in Tennessee. Across the middle, Robinson's going to run. He's at the 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45, 40. Robinson on his way. Gets down to the 32-yard line before he's finally tackled. So Tony Robinson out into the flat flag, broken up. Was that intercepted in midair? Ladies and gentlemen, what a play by Dale Jones. He was 2 feet away from Mike. The man's wide open. Swanson at the 10. Swanson at the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Give him 6. Eric Swanson, touchdown, Big Orange. Down 3, 2, 1. Tennessee is the Southeastern Conference champion for 1985.
UTV presents Countdown to Destiny, a preview of tonight's Sugar Bowl game between the Miami Hurricanes and the Tennessee Volunteers.
Long pass. The man is there. The pass is going to be incomplete. It was intended for Walbrook, and was he blasted by Andre Kramer.
The Tennessee basketball team kicked off Big Orange Week in New Orleans, appearing in the Sugar Bowl Basketball Classic, marking only the 3rd time that a school has had both its basketball and football teams playing in the Sugar Bowl. And in a way, that was indicative of the way the season has gone for Tennessee. Everything fell into place.
Season number 1 for the 85 edition of the Tennessee Vols began on September 14th. A beautiful sunny day in Knoxville that saw the UCLA Bruins come to town. A lot of questions would be answered on this fall day at Neyland. Was the arm of Tony Robinson as good as hoped? And could the Big Orange defense patch together a team? The Bruins jumped out to an early 10-0 lead in front of the ABC cameras. But at that point, the Vol offense exploded. Tony Robinson leading his troops to a 26-10 advantage. During the course of the game, Robinson established a new Tennessee record for single-game passing with 387 yards. He also became the first Vol to go over the 400-yard mark of total offense in a single game. On the other side of the ball, senior Chris White, who started at safety due to an ailing Charles Davis, was picking off Bruin passes left and right. He wound up with 3 interceptions and was named the SEC Defensive Player of the Week. Overall, though, the Vol defense ran out of gas down the stretch, allowing UCLA to forge a 26-26 tie. But Tennessee had proved on national television that it could play with the best in the country, and a major reason was Tony Robinson. The next weekend, Tennessee met the number 1 ranked team in the country, Auburn. Again, the Vols would be seen on nationwide TV. But this time, the large orange would come away the victor. Tennessee's defense showed signs of brilliance, holding the most heralded back in the country, the future Heisman Trophy winner, Bo Jackson, to just 80 yards. Again, Robinson's passing was sweet, getting the Vols out to a 24-0 halftime lead. Before it was over, Robinson threw for 259 yards and 4 touchdowns. Meanwhile, a new name had emerged from the Tennessee backfield. Freshman tailback Keith Davis became the first UT back to rush for more than 100 yards since Johnny Jones. Davis piled up 102 yards on 13 carries. The Vols had won their first game of '85, 38-20 over Auburn. The next weekend was also a Neyland affair. The Vols couldn't see Wake Forest for the trees and were almost tripped up by the hidden roots. After building a commanding 31-14 lead, the Big Orange defense seemed to leave the stadium. And with just 2 minutes to go, Deacon quarterback Foy White almost brought Wake back. He engineered 2 touchdown drives in the final seconds and ran out of ticks on the clock. The Vols escaped with a 31-29 win. A Vol bright spot was once again tailback Keith Davis, who rushed for 102 yards on 21 carries. Tennessee's first road game would end in a 17-10 loss. The Florida Gators were primed and ready for this one, believing that Tennessee had spearheaded the drive to have their '84 conference championship taken away. A 14-point third quarter was the biggest nail in the Vols' coffin. Following a first-half defensive showdown, the Gators' Neil Anderson found the end zone twice in the third to take a 17-3 lead. The Vols made a gallant comeback in the fourth, McGee scoring on a 28-yard pass from Robinson, but the Gator defense held from that point on, Tennessee losing it 17-10. Game 5 saw the Big Orange once again pack up and hit the road. This time it was to Birmingham to tangle with the Crimson Tide, a game that would have more lasting repercussions than any other this season. Following a scoreless first period, the Vols battled to a 10-7 halftime lead. Charles Wilson with the Vols' only first-half touchdown. The only scoring in the third stanza came from the toe of junior place kicker Carlos Revez, a 48-yarder, one of 3 through the uprights for Carlos all the afternoon. But the play that will live in the minds of Big Orange fans for quite some time came early in the fourth. The Vols driving for another score. The fragile frame of Tony Robinson forced to leave the pocket. He was hit high and he was hit low. The result was extensive damage to the ligaments in his right knee. He would be lost for the season. It was at this point that the Vol defense took command of the situation and refused to crumble. The Big Orange held on to beat Bama 16-14 and prepared for its second season. The Dickey era of 1985 began on October 26th in Knoxville. The fifth-year seniors' time had finally come, but apparently someone forgot to tell Georgia Tech. The Yellow Jackets shut down anything the Vols threw at them for 59 minutes, but at the same time managed only 2 field goals of their own. This day would be remembered for the kicking of Carlos Revez. He booted 2 plus 50-yarders in the final quarter to earn a tie. The final 3 points were missed by most who held the ticket to the game. Neyland was nearly empty when Darrell Dickey marched his Vols downfield in the closing moments, giving Carlos a last-second attempt to tie it up. The kicking team raced onto the field, and as time expired, Revez booted 151 yards to prevent the loss. Another week of practice for Darrell Dickey as starter seemed to be the right medicine for the ailing Tennessee offense. The Vols piled up 525 yards of total offense against Rutgers, shutting out the Scarlet Knights 40-0. Dickey was 16 of 21 through the air, and newcomer Jeff Francis completed 7 of 10. Carlos Revez led the Vol attack with 16 points through the uprights. And safety Chris White even got into the act with a 55-yard interception return. Overall, most felt the Big Orange still had an outside chance at a conference championship if all the cards went their way. The next weekend, the Vols went in search of those cards in Memphis. The Tigers of Memphis State were fired up for an upset. But again, the Vol defense came to the rescue, holding State to only 7 points. Dickey, though inconsistent, did manage a pair of touchdown tosses in the second quarter that proved to be the difference. Not a pretty win, but a win nonetheless. At this point, the mission was well defined. The Volunteers would have to win their 3 remaining conference games in order to take the SEC crown. And the first obstacle was Ole Miss. With 2 top tailbacks sidelined with injuries, it was up to Darrell Dickey to pick up the yards through the air, and that's just what he did. 203 yards to be exact, and a touchdown. Safety Chris White pitched in with 2 more interceptions and a blocked punt to set up UT's first score. And with this 34-14 win, just 2 more wins were standing between Knoxville and New Orleans. Kentucky was next in Lexington. The only thing cold about this game was the weather. The Vols let it all hang out, in the second half, that is. The Vols managed just 2 field goals in the first 30 minutes of play, but came out of the locker room a different bunch of guys. Dickey began to find Tim McGee. TD connections of 37 and 12 yards sparked the offense to a 42-0 win, the Vols' second shutout of 85. The whole season now rested on the outcome of the Tennessee-Vanderbilt game. A record crowd on hand at Neyland Stadium was primed for the party with the motorized return of Tony Robinson. He, along with the rest of the seniors, were given their moment in the spotlight. A couple of those seniors, Dickey and McGee, were again center stage just a few minutes later when they combined for yet another touchdown. And in a few sweet moments, it was apparent that Tennessee would not let this one slip through its fingers. They finished the regular season in a style reserved for champions, downing the Commodores 30-0, and following a short presentation at midfield, the celebration began. For the first time since 1969, the Tennessee Volunteers were Southeastern Conference champions and were heading for the Sugar Bowl.
We're going in with, the same game plan that, we've had all year. We take it, each team, but, we know what they're going to do, and, we got our defense geared up for it.
We're just going to go out there and play the best football we can, and if we win the game, great. If not, that's just something we'll have to face, and, we'll just work towards next year.
Just going to the Sugar Bowl, that's the greatest thing for us. We could be playing anybody, doesn't matter. But since I'm from Miami and I've watched them all the time, and they obviously didn't think that I was good enough to play in their team, and they didn't offer me a scholarship or anything, it's going to be fun and interesting.
Well, first, we're going to go into Tennessee and try and beat them and do our part of what has to be done for us in the national championship, and we'll be rooting for Oklahoma to win, and then we have to see which way the votes go.
Again, all-out blitz. Dickey is going to escape the blitz, throws the pass long downfield, battling for it. Caught! Give him 6. Tim McGee! Touchdown, Tennessee!
This is Arnaud's, one of the most famous restaurants in the city, where the city's elite come for Creole cuisine. One of the nation's elite in college football is coming to the Superdome tonight in quest of the national championship. Greg Peterson has more.
At the outset of the '85 season, you couldn't find the Miami Hurricanes on anybody's preseason top 20 list. And it's safe to say that the Hurricanes themselves wouldn't have bet a nickel that they'd wind up in New Orleans battling for a possible national championship. Miami, like Tennessee, had a lot of question marks as their '85 campaign began. Most importantly, they had to find an arm to replace the NFL-bound Bernie Kosar. But after just 2 weeks into the season, it became apparent Jimmy Johnson had found his boy. Junior Vinny Testaverde fit the mold and in no time had the attention of the country.
Vinny Testaverde is a great football player. He has a lot of talent and he's worked extremely hard to get to where he is.
Vinny, he's the type of player, everyone would like to have on the team. He's really the team motivator, when things is going well for our offense, we can roll, especially against Notre Dame, Every time we got the ball, basically we score.
Following a season-opening loss to Florida, the Canes' schedule allowed time to regroup, and regroup they did. Johnson plugged the leaks and led his team to a 10-1 season and #2 ranking by AP.
I really felt like that we were going to have a good football team. We started out the year with a very young team. We only started 3 seniors at the most at any one ball game, and in fact, 2 of those seniors were injured and really only played about half the season. The other thing, we had about 14 new starters. We had a secondary with 3 guys that hadn't played before, 3 sophomores, and also had a freshman in there. We had 4 new offensive linemen, 2 new wide receivers, and so, we knew that we were going to have some trying times, but we knew that we had the talent to go out and be successful.
As Miami prepares for the '86 Sugar Bowl, more than just a postseason win is on their minds. The Hurricanes are sitting in a position to claim their 2nd national championship in the past 3 years.
Well, first, we're going to go into Tennessee and try and beat them and do our part of what has to be done for us in the national championship, and we'll be rooting for Oklahoma to win, and then we have to see which way the votes go.
It does give the team a little extra to practice for, and we're going to go out, like we went out at the beginning of the season to win every game. We're going out to win against Tennessee. We look for Oklahoma to upset Penn State, and that would help us out a hell of a lot.
Well, I think right now we're going to look really impressive. They come out and they said it. In order for us to win it, we're going to have to be really impressive, and if Oklahoma wins, they're going to have to win by a slim margin. We're thinking about it, but, we got to keep it out of our mind right now. You don't want to go out there and start thinking national championship and Sugar Bowl championship and lose the game, because it could distract us. So right now we're just going through practice and just trying to get ready for Tennessee.
The Miami Hurricanes have built a rich football tradition in a very short time, and they'll be looking to strengthen that tradition when they take on the Tennessee Vols in the Sugar Bowl New Year's night.
We could very easily sold, without any question, 60,000 tickets to this ball game. When you get 17,500 and try to divide it up among all our loyal fans, it's tough.
The Vols lead 33-0. Francis on a pitch to Panuska. On a sweep of the end to the 45. Cuts back to the 50. Has the ball at the 45, at the 40, at the 35, at the 30, at the 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Tennessee!
We're now at the world-famous Pat O'Brien's in the French Quarter, in the courtyard. The strains of Rocky Top have been heard more than once this week, right here, as Tennessee fans have staged a major invasion of this city on the Mississippi River. In fact, Sugar Vol mania has become almost as big a story as the game itself.
Some say Tennessee fans are the best in the world, and from this year's Sugar Bowl response, not many could disagree. As the final seconds ticked off the game clock at Neyland Stadium, and it was clear the Vols were heading to New Orleans, the switchboards at McGee Tyson Airport and every other travel agent in Knoxville were lighting up. It would be the first trip the Big Orange would take to New Orleans in some 16 years, and no true fan wanted to miss it. Lines for Sugar Bowl tickets were long. Many braved sub-freezing temperatures for several nights to assure a seat in the Superdome on New Year's night.
Because I'm a true UT fan. The volunteers have got me here. That's what's keeping me motivated.
It's not crazy. Just to have a true dedicated fan to go out here and party and have everybody here having a good time going to Sugar Bowl.
Even those who had been longtime supporters of the UT football program with their wallets as well as their voices were not assured a ticket, putting freshman athletic director Doug Dickey in a difficult situation.
I think the first thing you have to recognize is there's 78,000 people that show up in our stadium on a regular basis. They're either season ticket holders or students of the university, and when you have 78,000 and you have 18,000 tickets to divide up, how do you do that?
Aside from the ticket problems, every other aspect of the bowl was making cash registers ring in Knoxville. Concessionaires couldn't keep up with the demands, but they were not complaining.
Sure, our sales have been the best that they've ever been. In fact, at last game of the season, we beat Vanderbilt. We doubled about what we'd ever done before on any game. So, and here we're about triple what our normal Christmas sales are. So it's been super for us. We're glad to have it. I think the Tennessee fans are fans that will support you whether you win or lose. But when you really do win and have something to celebrate, they're going to jump right on the bandwagon and even be more enthusiastic.
And in his 37 years at the university, even Gus Manning has never seen such an outcry by the fans for more, and more.
This takes the cake. This is the most interest I've ever seen at a Tennessee football game. Unbelievable.
It really is kind of phenomenal as far as in the history of the Sugar Bowl as well. Talking to the folks down there, they say it's also the busiest they've ever had for a single Sugar Bowl.
Yeah, you know, the Sugar Bowlers are great people, and they certainly hate that we weren't able to get all the tickets. You know, we could very easily sold, without any question, 60,000 tickets to this ball game. When you get 17,500 and try to divide it up among all our loyal fans, it's tough. And I feel for the people that didn't get the tickets. You know, I'd like to see every one of them down on Bourbon Street, you know.
Here in New Orleans, the merchants are also swamped, but smiling. As many Bulls have found out in the past, with the Big Orange comes lots of Big Green.
Usually we'll be selling T-shirts and hats, pennants, buttons, jackets, and usually those are the few items that sell the best. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm going to give them a real high 9 or 10. I think the backing they got is just tremendous. They're going to be spending a lot of money, I hope.
Tennessee 37-yard line. Running back split. Shula back to throw. Left-handed. Out into the flag. Broken up. Was that intercepted in midair? Ladies and gentlemen, what a play by Dale Jones.
So now the countdown to destiny is over. Two teams that accomplished a great deal in 1985 now try to move to an even higher plateau. One thing is certain. No matter what the final score, both teams have proved they belong.
first guy.
82.
Tackle by Gaines.
He turns it around.
Sugar time.
Are you all right, Jimmy? Yes, sir. Going. You all right? Yeah, we're going. I'm going.
What's the sugar bowl got? Oh, here you go.
I got the bag.
Here you go. I need you to lose.
Hey, I got the bag. I love it. I love it. Hey, Fred, what you want?
Give me some sugar. You gotta love that number, man. Hold on, man.
Hold it up.
Give me some sugar. Sugar bowl.
The following is a presentation of the Vol Network.
This is the way it looks outside the Superdome before the Sugar Bowl game. Inside, let's listen to Coach Johnny Majors.
Well, let's hope the fun is just starting. And the only way for fun to start is for us to keep our minds on our business and play like the Tennessee Volunteers, Southeastern Conference champions know how to play. And that's good enough to beat anybody and everybody on any given day. You know that, and I know that. First 5 minutes of the game. These are things that got us where we are. First 5 minutes. Poise at all times, whether we are ahead, tied, or behind. Discipline. Intimidation factor. I want to reiterate that again. They don't have any respect for you. Make them remember you as long as they live. The way you hit, and the way you knock them downfield, and the way we hustle. Attack, attack, attack. Always attack. And by all means, have fun. What's it all about? If you don't have a good time out there. Let's repeat our game maxims. Number 1. The team making the fewest mistakes will win. That's what got us where we are. Being the best disciplined football team in the United States. We've had fewer turnovers compared to our opponents more than anybody else in the nation. Number 2. Play forward and make the breaks. When one comes our way, score. Opportunistic football. Capitalizing on our breaks. Number 3. If at first the game of breaks go against us, don't let up, put on more steam. I watched Michigan against Nebraska. They got down 14-3 at halftime. They came back and whipped them good. Scored 26 points in the third quarter. Keep your poise. Number 4, husky, ball, cover, cut and slice on offense, pursue and gang tackle on defense. This is a winning edge. It's been the winning edge 11 weeks to get you to the championship. On your journey, a team of destiny. 5, protect our kickers and passers. Keep our heads in the game at all times and play smart football all night long. People in the game, listen to the calls. People on the sideline, being alert for substitutions, kicking situations. Managers, trainers, coaches, everybody. 6, press the kicking game, for here's where the breaks are made. 7, carry the fight to Miami and keep it there for 60 minutes.
The Sugar Bowl in New Orleans. It's football time in Tennessee. Miami leads Tennessee by a score of 7-0 as we pick up the action in the first period of the game at New Orleans.
24 yards to go. Testaverde. Back to throw. Waiting. Pressure applied. Testaverde swung and a sack at the 12-yard line. Tennessee came with a sack, and it's Richard Brown, senior, Riviera Beach, Florida, who tosses down Testaverde all the way back at the 13-yard line. So Miami, which had it first down at its 41-yard line, now has it fourth down at its 13. It will be fourth down long. The Canes leading by a score of 7-0, minus 14 on that sack of Testaverde. So in comes Beagles to punt. Standing back in his own end zone. Deep for Tennessee is Kramer. The Vols have 10 men on the line to rush. 7-0 Miami. Snap, punt away. Beautiful punt, Beagles. Backing up Kramer. Will make the catch at the 45. Back to the 50. Sutter stepping to the 40. Twists and turns his way down to the Miami 41-yard line. At which point Tennessee will hand the ball. First down and 10 to go at the Miami 41-yard line, trailing by a score of 7-0. The Hurricanes on top. Tennessee with Dickey. Misdirection handoff up the middle. This will be breaking forward for Tennessee. Keith Davis. Davis at the 40. Davis at the 35. Davis at the 32. And he's upended as he gets, they say, to the 33 where the knee drags the ground. Hopping straight up the middle behind the blocking of Kirk and Wilkerson. Keith Davis, freshman, Nashville, Tennessee, who leads Tennessee in rushing this year with 711 yards in 141 carries. This time he comes slicing up the middle for a gain on the play of 8 yards, and it becomes second down 2 for Tennessee at the 33. The Vols trail 7-0. 2 wideouts left. The tight end is to the right side as Dickey shouts out an audible. Dickey pitches Davis, needs a block, gets one, then not another, as he is dropped actually for a loss. He got to the corner, moved inside a block, but then Victor Morris comes up to knife him down for a loss on the play of a yard, and Tennessee will be faced with third down and 3 yards to go. Clink Scales will be coming in as Jeff Smith comes out for Tennessee. Clink Scales from Knoxville, a junior. McGee, a senior from Cleveland, Ohio. Swanson, a senior from San Bernardino, California. 7-0. Miami leads Tennessee with 1 minute and a second to go in the first quarter. We'll have it third down and 3. Running back split. Dickey wants to throw. Pass complete. That'll be a first down to McGee. Change that Clink Scales, who makes the catch at the 29-yard line. And at that point, Tennessee will have it first down and 10 to go. Colbert Bain pops in good, but Clink Scales holds on to the ball, and the Volunteers move for a first down to the 29-yard line of the Hurricanes.
You know, John, the noise level in here is tremendous. I think it's given both quarterbacks a problem. Trying to be heard, going to the audible. Dickey's running the clock down, almost running out of time on the plays, especially when he tries to go to an audible.
Tennessee now has it first down and 10 to go. Trailing in the game 7-0 at the 29-yard line of the Hurricanes. Dickey back to throw. Pass across the middle. Complete. This is McGee. Who makes the catch to the 10. McGee at the 9. McGee at the 7 on a perfect route. And it's Benny Blades who makes the tackle, but Dickey set it up perfectly. Fading a pass to the outside White, that little short route, and here comes McGee dragging it through the middle to make the catch, and he maneuvers on down the 7-yard line, where Tennessee has it first down and goal.
Had a pretty good time back there, John. As you mentioned, he faked it a little bit to the outside, come back and right on target, rifled it in there. Good throw, good protection by the offensive line, Tennessee that time.
22 seconds left to go in the first quarter. Tennessee will have the ball. First down and goal to go at the 7-yard line. In the I formation, Tennessee runs McGee as a man in motion from left to right as Dickey gives to the tailback, and pounding over right guard comes Keith Davis for a gain of a yard down to the 6. And that probably will be the final play in the first quarter. That's it. At the end of the first quarter, Miami 7, Tennessee nothing. In the first period, Tennessee had possession 9-32, Miami 5-28. The Vols rushing 8 carries, 13 yards net, 68 yards through the air for Tennessee as Dickey is 9 of 12. All right, Tennessee will have it second down and goal. 3 wideouts in the game. Miami with a 3-down line situation. Will they come after Dickey? We'll see. Yes, here's the blitz. Dickey in trouble. Skips out, throws it all into the end zone. Give him 6. Touchdown, Jeff Smith. What a play by Darrell Dickey. As Dickey eluded a split, he stepped out to his right, and there, wide open, from Milan, Tennessee, Jeff Smith for a touchdown. And the 6'3", 235-pound senior catches his first touchdown pass of the year, and it's Darrell Dickey to Jeff Smith.
Made a great move getting outside, John. Of course, the blitz came from over there. They came with the halfback coming on the blitz also. When he got around it, he had Jeff Smith standing there all alone in the end zone.
So here's Carlos Revés in to attempt the extra point for Tennessee. It's 7-6 Miami. Holding will be Sanders. High snap, but he gets it down. Revés gets it into the air. That kick, ladies and gentlemen, is good. So Tennessee pulls even with Miami. The score is 7-7. We move along later in the second quarter as Tennessee's defense has backed Miami up. The Hurricanes have the ball at the Miami 16-yard line.
3rd down and 7. Testaverde off play action. Back to throw. Pass down and out is batted down. Incomplete by Kramer, who had a shot at a miraculous interception. He couldn't get to the ball. It was intended for Willie Smith, but Kramer was reading Smith all the way as Tennessee doubled up on the tight end, and it was Kramer who came knifing underneath to swat the ball down to the turf, incomplete. For Miami in a 7-7 game, 4th down and 7, and in once more to punt will be Jeff Siegel, deep in his own territory with 4:54 to go in the first half of the game, and it's knotted at 7-7. Kramer is deep for Tennessee. 10-man rush again shown by the Volunteers in orange. Snap low, picks it up on a scoop, gets the punt away, not a good one. Kramer races over, makes the catch, is going to give ground and breaks free, has the ball out to the 50 and down to the 49-yard line of Miami. Just sheer effort as he was almost dropped back at his 45. He was wrapped up by Darrell Fullington, was able to escape him and carries the ball to the 49-yard line. And Tennessee will put the ball in play. This, as I recall, the second time that Tennessee has put the ball in play on a first down on the Miami side of the field. And Tennessee has it first down and 10 to go with 4:44 to go in the first half of the game. The ball sent a tight end to the left side. Running back in the eye. Handoff goes. Tailback with the ball, Powell. Powell slants through the left side of the line. Penalty marker is dropped as Powell carries the ball down to the 45 onto the 44-yard line of the Hurricane. George Myra Jr., Jerome Brown in there on the tackle. The penalty marker down at the 44-yard line. Let's see what it is. It's going to be personal foul, Miami. Tempers are flaring, and Bill, you could see that even during the warm-up, that these teams are certainly revved up, and there is some, I would not say bad feelings, but I guess I would say there are some bad feelings already demonstrated in this game.
There's some determination, I think, John, on both sides of the ball.
So a 15-yard penalty after the run by Powell will move the ball down to the Miami 29-yard line. And Tennessee will have it at that point, first down at 10 to go. Miami now has been penalized 7 times for 64 yards. Score tied 7-7. Tennessee with a tight end left, 2 wide outs right, I formation. Pitch comes to the tailback. Powell needs a block. He lowers his head and booms inside the 29 to the 28-yard line for a gain of only a yard. There once more, George Myra Jr. and Jerome Brown. Myra leads his team in tackles this year, 143 all told. And Brown, a fine inside lineman from Brooksville, Florida, has 66 stops this year. Selwyn Brown, outstanding strong safety, 89 tackles for Miami. Score tied 7-7. For Tennessee, 2nd down 9. Dickey, pitch will go to Powell at the corner. He's got trouble. Powell tries to sweep around and does work his way down close to the 25-yard line of Miami. He is stepping out of bounds. We'll have to say at the 25. It will be for Tennessee 3rd down and a good 5 yards to go in a 7-7 game with 4 minutes exactly left to go. Dickey comes to the line, and Tennessee adjusts its offensive set as McGee now will slot to the wide side left. Miami looking as if it will be blitzing, and it's going to blitz. And Tennessee runs to Powell up the middle. Powell has the ball at the 15. Powell has the ball, I mean, it's the 20. Down to the 10. Down to the 8-yard line goes Jeff Powell as Tennessee guesses absolutely perfectly as Miami was coming with the blitz. The give goes to Jeff Powell. Miami, all the linebackers are coming for Dickey. Tennessee on that draw play. It's Powell who streaks straight up the middle for 16 yards down to to the Miami 9-yard line, and Tennessee will have it at that point, first down and goal to go. The score side 7-7. Jeff Powell made that 16-yard run. The Vols in an I formation. Handoff Powell, left side, cuts back to the interior. He's at the 5, he's at the 4, he's at the 3, he's at the 2, he's at the 1. He is hit, he fumbles the ball. It has been recovered in the end zone, I think, by Tennessee. Let's wait and see. Jeff Powell carries the ball. The officials are still discussing it. One official said it was a touchdown. Now the other official says that he might have been down short of the goal line. The side judge has said he did not make it into the end zone. Now they're calling for the ball. It's been a very confused tight game. The officials really have had some problems. We still do not have a signal from the referee. The scoreboard says 13-7. Give him 6. Touchdown, Tennessee! Tim McGee recovered the fumble by Powell, who was blasted at the goal line, and Tennessee leads by a score of 13-7. Great blocking up front by Galbraith and by Wilkerson. Here is Reves to attempt the extra point. Kick in the air, Indover ending its way. Good! Tennessee 14, Miami 7, as the Volunteers get the ball at the 49-yard line, and Tennessee marches downfield to score with the touchdown coming on a run by Jeff Powell, who fumbled the ball. It was recovered by Tennessee's Tim McGee, those sure have, and for McGee, it will be for him touchdown number 8. This time a recovered fumble. Tennessee leads 14-7. 10-second station identification. This is the Ball Network.
The Big Orange enthusiasm, which has been building all week in New Orleans, is reaching a fever pitch right now as Tennessee has grabbed the lead 14-7. But Miami comes back, so that Miami is moving toward the Tennessee goal late in the first half of the game. Less than a minute to go at the Tennessee 20.
Nearing the end of the first half. Back to throw Testaverde. Has time. Now it's going to break down, and Testaverde is flung down on a sack. There's a scramble for a loose ball at the 37-yard line, as Dale Jones is the man who gets to Testaverde. The fumble has been recovered by Miami. The official now asking for official timeout as Dale Jones, Cleveland, Tennessee Junior, 6'2", 222, comes after Testaverde. And what a job he has done year after year. Also, there's Cooper putting pressure on. Testaverde, here he comes as Dale Jones puts the pressure on him. And now Miami has used its final timeout. It will be third down, 11 seconds to go. Now let's see what happens now as Miami is going to come with 2 running backs. Tennessee in a 4-man rush. Testaverde on third down, looking, waiting, passing down and out, is caught at the 31-yard line, and stepping out of bounds immediately Warren Williams, who came out of the backfield to make the grab, and Tennessee in that more or less prevent-type defense because Miami is out of timeout. And so Miami is, in fact, going to attempt the field goal, and this, as the play was stopped, is at the 31-yard line. This is going to be a 47-yard attempt, and that's within his range. Jeff Toretta will hold for this field goal attempt by Cox. It will be a 47-yard field goal try. Tennessee leading 14-7. Snap down. Kick is in the air. I don't know. It appears to me that that kick, ladies and gentlemen, is no good. That's the end of the first half. Score at the end of the first half is Tennessee 14, Miami 7.
The first half, a Big Orange first half. The halftime is Big Orange as the Pride of the Southland Band, directed by Dr. J. Julian, is joined by Lee Greenwood.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. Because there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Lee Greenwood.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea. Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
We got 36 the clock. We've had a great season. Right now, we're having more fun than Miami's having. They're not having as much fun as you guys have because you got them frustrated. We're making too many mistakes. Offensively, too many penalties, and improving our pass protection. We're in better condition than they are. Our condition will pay off in the third and fourth quarter. If you pour it to them, they're frustrated. We've got 30 minutes of tough football ahead of us. Play it on the line. We're going to kick off. That guy hesitates a little bit back there, even though it's in the end zone. Don't you let up. Get after him like you've been doing. 30 minutes, we're in better condition, we're having more fun. Stick to it.
Miami receives the kickoff as the second half gets underway, and this is Penny, and this is Tennessee's defense, and the stop is made at the 10-yard line. Miami moves to the ball. We pick it up at the 41.
Outside linebackers, Jones and Kimbrough. Tackle, Scott and Ovatic. Middle guard, Bennett. Linebackers, Ziegler and Miller. Cornerbacks, Kramer and Peppers. Safeties, Davis and White. For Miami, it will be second down and, well, right at 6 1/2 yards to go. Running back behind is Williams. Tennessee adjusts the defense. Here's an all-out blitz. Here's Testaverde. Sacked. Tennessee comes with a new look. And it's Miller and Kimbrough, and Testaverde never had a chance. A new alignment for Tennessee, Bill Anderson, and they drop Testaverde for another. That's his fourth sack, this time -10. Coach Tyler Hughes done a good job, I think, John, getting these people ready to play. Put in some new wrinkles on it with his blitzes, and he showed them some new looks, as you mentioned, and they've been very effective. They have to do something because this offensive line in Miami is big and strong, and they do a good job if you can't get around them or pull some stunts on them. So it's got to be third down and 16 for Miami. Straight drop by Testaverde. Time this time. Now it's breaking down. Now Testaverde is hit, fumbles the football. There's a scramble for it, and it has been recovered, I think, by Miami. Or will Tennessee come out of that football at the 31-yard line? The official still there. Tennessee says it has the football. The official says we'll wait and see. Tennessee has the football. Coming out of there with it, Darren Miller. Let's get the signal from the official. Tennessee has recovered the Testaverde fumble at the 31-yard line of the Hurricanes. And Tennessee came with great pressure on Testaverde. It looked like he had time. He took a pump. There was nobody there. He got hit from the backside. He coughed up the ball. I think it was Dale Jones who made the hit on him. It was Darren Miller who scrambled the ball away, and the Volunteers will have it first down and 10 to go at the Hurricane 31-yard line. Dickey looking, throwing across the middle, caught. It's pulled down there by the receiver Tim McGee, who makes the catch to the 18-yard line and saunters forward to the Miami 16, where Tennessee will have it first down and 10 to go. Quick look in pattern from the left side as Tim McGee gets the pass from Darrell Dickey, and the Volunteers will have it first down and 10 at the Miami 16-yard line. Tennessee leads by a score of 14-7. 11:53 to go in the third quarter of the game. The ball to the line, slaps that right tight end left, bat in motion. McGee back to the near sideline as Dickey gives it off to the tailback. Powell has the ball. He has the ball at the 15, 14, 13 down at the 12-yard line. Jeff Powell, sophomore, a senior from Nashville, Tennessee, is cracked and dropped by Victor Morris, the junior from Deerfield Beach, Florida. But Tennessee has moved the ball to the 13, and it will be for Tennessee second down right at 6.5 yards to go. The score, Tennessee 14, Miami 7. The Volunteers leading, sending Clink, Scales, and McGee to the right. Smith will become a tight end into the boundary left. Miami in a four-man rush. And Dickey on the delay gives to Powell, and he is dropped. Great penetration by Miami's George Myra Jr., who drops him for a loss back to the 15-yard line, at which point Tennessee will have its third down, and right at a little beyond the 15-yard line. It'll be third down, close to 8 yards to go, a little more. Derwin Jones also helping out on that stop. So the score is Tennessee 14, Miami 7. The Vols recovering a Miami fumble here early in the second half of the game. Now third down and 8. Third down and 8 as Tennessee lines up with Dickey. Skipping McGee to the left side. They'll double cover him as Dickey takes a straight drop. Steps up into the pocket, looks into the end zone, rifles the pass. Did he catch that ball? He caught that ball at the 5-yard line, and it will be for Tennessee. First down, 10 to go. Timothy McGee. Dickey just rifles the pass into McGee. 3 men around him. McGee comes out of it with the ball, and now a lot of people standing around the ball down there. And let's wait and see whether or not it's going to be Tennessee's ball at the 5-yard line. That's the situation. It's going to be for Tennessee first down and goal, and they mark it at the 3.5-yard line. Bill Anderson, I'm not sure we can hear you. I'm going to adjust your mic as best we can. What a catch by McGee.
Well, he had triple coverage in there on him, John. There was people, two on the either side, one behind him. He rifled it in. McGee adjusted, came back a little bit for the ball, made a great catch.
Tennessee first down and goal. Dickey asks for quiet at the north end as Tennessee comes to the power I. The pitch will go to the tailback. He cuts and fights and tries and scrambles and skirts the ball down just short of the goal line as carrying the ball, big Sam Henderson, number 43, 260 pounds, and junior from South Bend, Indiana, and he just grinds and rams and churns coming back to the left side. The pitch went from Dickey. It was grabbed there by Henderson, and there he just lowers his head and booms down inside the 1-yard line. The score of the game is Tennessee 14, Miami 7. For Tennessee, it will be second down, about a foot to go, as the Volunteers come to the line with Wilson and Henderson behind Darrell Dickey in a power I set. Wilson is the standing tailback. This is Sam Henderson banging. Give him 6. Touchdown, Tennessee! Henderson grinds into the end zone. And so the big 260-pound junior finds the land of milk and honey, and Tennessee leads in this football game by a score of 20-7. And Sam Henderson has come to play. 6'1", 260 junior just banged his way, not to be denied. Plowing behind Douglas and Galbraith. That offensive 5 for Tennessee. Smith, Galbraith, Kirk, Wilkerson, Douglas blocking, and into the ball game after a 31-yard 6-play drive will come Tennessee's Carlos Reves for the extra point attempt. Snap down. Kick by Reves is in the air. Looks good. It is good. There's timeout on the field with the score. Tennessee 21, Miami 7.
Tennessee's offense has given the Volunteers a 2-touchdown lead over the Hurricanes, and the defense has come to play as well, taking control of the line of scrimmage and backing after the kickoff Miami up to its own 10-yard line.
Third down 10, Miami at its 10, trailing 21-7. Testaverde's going to climb a quarterback draw, gets out, fumbles the football at the 18-yard line. There's a scramble for it, and let's wait and see. I think that Miami has recovered the ball just short of a first down. He was popped, hit by Chris White. The ball scooped free, but then Alekna, I think, recovered it. It appears to be short of a first down by less than a yard as the recovery was made. Just a straight quarterback draw by Vinny Testaverde that time. And he moves forward. It'll be fourth down, less than a yard to go. And here's what Miami is going to insert its punting unit. Back goes for Tennessee Kramer. In comes the rest of Tennessee's punt receiving unit with 7:33 to go in the third quarter, and Tennessee leading by a score of 21-7. The shot clock down to 1 second as the punt is away. Wobbly spiral, backing Kramer up. Waves forward, makes a fair catch, and Tennessee will take possession. First down and 10 to go at its 40-yard line. The punt is good for 41 yards. And so Tennessee will have it first down and 10 to go at the Volunteer 40-yard line. Tennessee into an I formation, leading 21-7. Miami in a 4-man front. Give Powell, right side 40, 45-50, gets outside 45-40, 35-30, 25-20, 15, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 60 yards. Jeff Powell, touchdown, Big Orange. Tennessee, 60 yards. Big block, Bruce Wilkerson, 6'5". 258 junior, Philadelphia. Big hole. Powell just comes roaring down the green sward of the Superdome. And Tennessee leads Miami 27-7. And here comes Carlos Revés to attempt the extra point. 27-7. Tennessee 60 yards, one play, touchdown drive. Holding is Sanders. Ball down, kick up. That kick is good. Tennessee leads by a score of 28-7. The Volunteer defense stopping Miami, giving Tennessee's offense fifth position, and Tennessee's offensive line, Bill Anderson, opening the hole.
Boy, they did the job on that one, John. They come off tackle, push. Miami's been coming at them real hard with their down linemen, putting a lot of pressure on the passer. They've had some success with the running game, but they popped that hole in there. They got to get a block on the linebacker. But when Powell turned it, baby, it was just speed. There's nobody going to catch him. He outran everybody to the corner. Then it was free sailing.
Jeff Powell, senior, Nashville, Tennessee, 60 yards. Listen to this crowd. Jeff Powell showing the great speed. He's a track. Keep in mind that he wasn't even counted on to play at all when this season started. How he has come into his own in the last half of this season. And there's Jeff Powell scampering downfield. 11 seconds in time of possession. That's how long it took him to maneuver 60 yards and build Tennessee's advantage to 28-7.
The extra point by Revés does in fact give Tennessee the 28-7 lead. The Vols kick off, and once more the defense takes control.
Miami beginning this drive back at its 20-yard line, and now with 5:22 to go in the third quarter, Miami has it first down and 10 to go at the Hurricane 47-yard line. Testaverde is checking off at the line of scrimmage as Tennessee dancing around on defense. Here's the blitz. Testaverde in trouble. Blitz, fumble, scramble. I think Miami gets the ball at the 40. I don't think he can read what Tennessee's doing, Bill Anderson. That time he was checking off. He was trying to adapt. And then all of a sudden, he is absolutely buried. Tossed up the ball after a tremendous hit by Marco Vanek. And then, luckily for Miami, the ball was recovered at the 40 for a loss of right at 8 yards. It's going to be second and 18. Bill?
Well, Tennessee's doing a great job of disguising their defense, John. Of course, they've missed some of the offensive line up there. They're having some problems picking up the stunts. Tennessee's showing them that some people are coming through there clean.
So it's going to be second down 18 Miami. Quarterback Testaverde, straight drop, center time, long pass downfield. Intercepted Tennessee. Intercepted by Terry McDaniel, who makes the catch on the interception at the 28-yard line. He then is carried all the way back to the Volunteer 18, but Tennessee comes up with a turnover on a brilliant play by McDaniel, who just outmaneuvered the intended receiver.
Yeah, I don't think that I've seen Tennessee secondary play this kind of game all year long. They have had these receivers for Testaverde. They have had them blanketed all night on the long ball.
And Tennessee leads at the end of the third quarter, 28-7. We move along into the fourth period as Miami once more has the ball.
Miami 7. Testaverde at quarterback, gone all the way. 6'5", 219 junior. Elmont, New York. Two flankers left, one right. I formation, no tight end. Tennessee shifting. There's a quick toss downfield. It is intercepted. White, 30, 35-40, 45-50, 45-40, 25-30, 25-20, 15, 10, 5, knocked out of bounds at the 2-yard line. Melvin Bratton made the tackle. Chris White made the interception, and he races back downfield to set up another Tennessee score, another Tennessee turnover, another interception by Chris White. That's 10 for the year for the senior from Cleveland, Tennessee. And the Volunteer fans come alive at the Superdome as if they had not been alive throughout this game, throughout this week. And now Darrell Dickey comes lumbering onto the field. They mark the out of bounds on the return by White at the 4-yard line. 68 yards on the return of the intercepted testimony pass by Chris White. Tennessee lines up. The Volunteers to the line of scrimmage as Miami is slow getting its defense out. And now Tennessee will shift to the left side with a power eye to the left. Miami in a 6-man front. Pitch to the tailback. Grinding through the left side of the line, pounds Sam Henderson. Started at the 4, drives it down to about the 2.5-yard line. The clock shows 7 minutes and 8 seconds to go. Bill Anderson, Chris White, big play.
Boy, what a great play. Of course, Cincinnati just trying to lob that ball out in the flat. It kind of hung up there. White was in perfect position, come up and made a great interception, almost got it all the way back in the end zone.
Tennessee will have it second down and goal, leading 28-7. Pitch, tailback, Henderson. Oh, he's got to be dropped for a loss back to the 6-yard line. Here comes Selwyn Brown again. And so it will be Miami stopping Tennessee at the 6, where the Vols will have it third down and goal. Tennessee gets Charles Wilson into the lineup along with Sam Henderson. Wilson is a good pass receiver. Power eye set left. Handoff Wilson coming to the near side. He's at the 4, at the 3, at the 2, at the 1. It is a touchdown. Big Orange. Wilson. Wilson used Henderson's block, and Tennessee is on the board again. It's Tennessee 34, Miami 7. A turnover turned into a touchdown as the Volunteers run away from the circular formation, and a dancing happy Darrell Dickey comes to the sideline. His team leading 34-7. 6 minutes to go in the football game, and here is Carlos Revege to attempt the extra point. Tennessee 34, Miami 7. Bedlam at the Superdome. Snap down, Revege up. The kick, splits them. Tennessee leads by a score of 35-7, and the Volunteers are 6 minutes away from knocking off the nation's number 2 football team. We'll let you share the enthusiasm of a big orange night in the Superdome. The orange and white bunting, which was draped around the upper deck, is being pulled down. And right now it is screening our view. Well, somebody finally yanked it down. And so Tennessee will have it third down, a couple of yards to go against the 6-man Miami front. Give to the fullback? I don't know. I think he's got another first down. As pounding forward comes William Howard, and he moves the ball inside the 35-yard line down to the Miami 33. They'll mark the ball, and it will be first down, 10 to go for Tennessee, with 70 seconds to go in the football game. And Tennessee fans who have been alive and well throughout this game, Bill Anderson, are going to be here to count away the final seconds of the game.
I don't think anybody's left yet, John, as far as Tennessee's concerned. And Tennessee's got it right now. It's all over, but 54 seconds. It's going to go down. The security's starting to come out everywhere around here. I guess they're worried about their goalposts at this point.
Francis gives it off this time to Jeff Powell. That's another tailback into the game as Tennessee's getting a lot of people in there. In there running the ball is Romy Hawkins. Hawkins, who is, of course, a sophomore from St. Louis, Missouri, is playing tailback for Tennessee, and he comes sniping through the right side of the line and carries the ball down to the 26-yard line. 14 seconds on the play clock, 22 seconds on the game clock. Tennessee with Francis. This will be the final play of the 1986 Sugar Bowl game. Tennessee leading 35-7. Give goes to Hawkins. Hawkins is banged after he moves for what appears to be a first down to the 23.
have never seen a football team play a better game, and I doubt as good a game as the whole group did tonight. Through the staff, and you fellas, terrific. All right.
Tim.
Really?
I don't know what to say.
That's your Heisman?
Enough said.
We came and we did it. We came, we had a goal to do. We set last January. We set to come and win the Southeastern Conference Championship and play in the Sugar Bowl. We did it. It took a team effort. It took everybody's participation from everywhere. I love every one of y'all. It's been an outstanding experience for me. Something I'll never, ever forget.
All right.
Don't you know the defense played for this man right? I don't give a damn about the whole state of Alabama. Hey, fellas, we gotta look at it like this. Hey, it was for God, man. We won! We won this game, right? True enough. Hey, one thing. Our ability, and God getting us here and getting us prepared and ready to win the deal. One thing. Wait. Hey, see. We ain't never lost that one.
Get it, Jordan? Let's let the...
We thank you all for being here today, and I know it's going to be a fun time to reflect back on that 85 season. Just open it up to all you guys. Did you guys see that special season coming? Did you think the 85 year was going to be one of those special seasons? Talk us through the preseason and what was the mindset of the team.
Well, I don't necessarily know, Bob, if we saw it coming, but one of the things we did do is during the off season, coming off the Maryland football game down at the Sun Bowl, we feel like we let one get away from us. And there were a lot of guys coming back that were frustrated about that, and we actually stayed up here during the summer, of course, with Tony at the helm and me being the next tight end, the receiving corps. We wanted to get together and develop some type of camaraderie and come back and make some things happen. And we were dreaming of winning an SEC championship. That's really what we wanted. We had a lot of guys work hard, and we were able to attain that in the end.
And you had challenges all season long, didn't you, Terry?
Yes, it was challenges all year. And actually, for me, I was young and just switching positions, so that UCLA game was the first time I was playing corner, so it was all new to me, but it was fun and exciting. I had the opportunity to play and then at a new position and just to go out there and we have an opening up with a big game like that and going forth and even tying it was still a plus, and it was a good start to get us going. It showed us that we had the ability to do a lot of things.
But it seemed to be, and Mark, I'll talk to you about it, it was an emotional defense, wasn't it? I mean, you guys had a lot of fiery players on that defense.
Well, I think that started with Coach Donahue and worked its way down. So I think the emotion came with him. But, you know, it's funny you're talking about, did anybody see this coming? When you look at the defense that we had, and I can't speak for the offense quite so much, but, I mean, I bet you 7 or 8 of us had never even stepped on the field before. And so when you say, did you expect this to happen? Did you know this was going to be a great team? I'll be honest, say no. I think we just were befuddled that we were actually getting to play. Guys like Terry, myself, and Brian, and, you know, Richard Cooper and Fred Bennett, and, you know, Kelly Ziegler and Darren Miller. These were guys who had never really stepped on the field yet. And most of us were playing a different position, you know, the year before, whether it be an offensive lineman or a wide receiver. So to me, that was the amazing thing about it, is that you really took a bunch of people who, I don't want to say didn't have the talent, but nobody knew they had the talent. But I think that speaks to the coaching staff, folks like Coach Cutcliffe and those who saw something in us that I think a lot of us never really saw.
David, talk about what you thought in the preseason this team could reach.
Well, we had some of the ingredients. We knew that it takes to have a good football team. Probably starts on offense, obviously, with a quarterback, and we felt like we had a great player there. We had a lot of energy on defense, and certainly Ken Donahue deserves a lot of that credit. And I will say this, I was a young coach in that era, and I thought we had an outstanding staff. But I remember this distinctly, looking at our early games, and we were really surprised as a staff how well we were playing. You didn't come out and say that, but if you looked at us on tape, we were playing better than we really thought we might play. Going into that Auburn game, Auburn came in number 1, and we looked at them on tape, and I'll never forget this feeling. It came to us about Monday or Tuesday. We knew we were going to win that football game. We knew we had the better team. That was not an upset. These guys were the kind of people that you want to hang your hat on, and that was an exciting time. You know, you talked earlier about being one of the fans' favorite team. Without question, this was a coach's dream to be around this football team.
John, did you feel that special bond? I mean, did you the same way?
Bob, the fact that I was from Knoxville originally as a kid growing up, I mean, I was here when Coach Majors just came back. And remember, you know, the standing ovations he used to receive and stuff, and how excited the fans were to get Coach Majors back. But besides having just a great staff, Coach Matthews and Coach Cutlass we had, and Zook, you know, and Donahue, and all those coaches were so successful even after the 85 season. You know, they really pressured us. And I know that Harry, we had a good lineman coming back in Bruce, but other than an older lineman in David Douglas and Darrell Smith, but Harry Galbraith and I and Todd Kirk in the middle were young. And that was our first year we really actually all 3 started and ended up starting for the next 3 seasons. But that first year was like a dream come true for me personally, because, you know, I'd always dreamed about, you know, taking that next step and winning a championship. And I remember when Tennessee beat Alabama for the first time in 11 years, being here as a prospect and dreaming about maybe someday being in a championship. And so it was just like living a dream for me.
But the whole team, as you went game by game by game, you started to bond, and then all of a sudden Alabama hits, Robinson gets hurt. David and Bruce talk about the offensive line. Was there more pressure on you guys at that point?
Well, I think it was pressure for everyone to pick up their game. You know, we had a great group of receivers, our receiving core, receivers, tight ends. We had a great group of running backs. And, you know, the offensive line was playing well and starting to gel together. I think the biggest part was the coaching staff getting us to believe that we could go out on the field and win a football game without the starting quarterback at the helm. And I think the coaches did a good job of getting us all to believe that we still had enough talent on that football team to go out and continue to win football games.
But suddenly, David, you got Darryl Dickey coming in there at quarterback, and he even talks about his first pass hit an Alabama defensive back right between the numbers.
Yeah, well, you know, Darryl had been there. This was like his 8th year right there. Actually, it was his 6th year. You know, he broke his leg when he came in from when his dad was at Colorado at that time before he went to Florida. Broke his leg and got an extra year. But yeah, I mean, you know, the Georgia Tech game. Obviously, Carlos coming back and tying that game. I believe 6-6. Mm-hmm. You know, right at the end.
He kicked a 55-yarder.
Yeah, 55-yarder before that, right?
That's the game I was talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah. Army was the year before we screwed up, right? But, you know, I'll go back to saying, too, that the previous year in '84, I know first year I got to set foot on the field and play, we knew we had a good offense then. I think if the guys think back, the Florida game, we got beat by maybe 14 points, but we lit it up.
We scored, yeah.
I mean, we had 500-something yards total offense and just... You know, there were spurts in that year. Boy, coming into that summer, especially me being a senior, I was excited. You know, plus we had a quarterback that time. You could miss your guy, you know, and you could still get away from him. And then with him getting hurt and Darryl, the job that Darryl did was just incredible. Everybody rallied around him.
Bob, can I interject something here?
Sure.
What these guys may not admit about this particular championship season, what led into that, I think, was a big contributing factor. That winter workout was the first time we had ever endured aerobics training. I don't know if you guys remember. You guys don't remember. That was the first time that we ever encountered aerobics training with this gorgeous female that was leading us. So that was motivation, first of all. But I think that allowed us to work on a couple of things. Our agility, our speed, and I think those were contributing factors during the season because that portion of it, then the fact that most of us that year stayed during the summer on our own. We were not forced to do that. We did that on our own. We stayed and we demanded each player to play their role and take a committed effort and a committed attitude and to go into that season with winning in mind, and I think that was key. These guys might not have mentioned that, so I wanted to bring that out.
What was the reaction when you got back on campus on Monday and suddenly you've beaten Alabama and now suddenly people start to think, hey, wait a minute, this team might be able to get to the New Orleans? I mean, was there more pressure on you guys then, or how did you approach the rest of the season?
I think we were such a humble team. We would not allow ourselves to get caught up into all the hoopla. We took practice for practice and each game for that game. So we didn't overlook anybody. We prepared each week accordingly to the game plan, and I think that's what made a difference.
But the Georgia Tech game, I mean, going down the list, every one of them was a dogfight down the stretch.
Absolutely.
But that's the interesting thing. I actually pulled out. I mean, I'm probably like you guys. We haven't looked at a videotape in 20 years, but I pulled some out earlier in the week and I was watching the Kentucky game, and I didn't realize against Kentucky, which actually winds up being a blowout, it's 6-0 going to halftime. And I don't know if anybody's ever said this to Carlos, but in my opinion, Carlos Rodriguez is probably the MVP of this team. Because I will tell you, and I can't speak for the offense, but the defense knew if we got the ball to 35, we were getting 3 points. And by the end of the year, we felt like you give us 3 or 6 points, we can hold them. And I don't know if Carlos has ever gotten the recognition for that, but to have the year that he had, that is gigantic when you can cross the 35 or get to the 35 and know it's automatic 3. That's big.
You still reflect back on those kicks in the Georgia Tech game, Carlos?
I do. And one of the things about the Georgia Tech thing is it taught me as a person, as a young kid, because we were kids. I mean, think about it. We're just, 17 years old or 18, whatever it is. But it taught me the highs, the lows, don't give ups, Because, I mean, I was in the highest possible going out there in the first game and kicking a 55-yard field goal. Here I am thinking I'm the greatest thing in the world. You know, everybody's thinking I'm awesome. I'm right in the middle of the field and things. That was my first year ever playing. Then I go out there. Something that people don't talk about is go out there to kick a 21-yard field goal. And I'm sure you guys remember this. From the right hash, which means it is the farthest hash away from the sideline you got to go walk back to, right? And I go out there and I shank this ball out there, and I thought I was the greatest player, the greatest athlete in the world. And here I am, I shanked this ball late in the game. I've let down my team, I've let down myself, or even put myself in that situation. And then that walk is the farthest walk there to meet Coach Majors. But luckily and fortunate, we were able to get the ball back. And are you kidding me? With 40 seconds left, these guys right here stop. The defense stops them. We give us the ball. These guys down here drive down. I'm getting chills right now talking about it. I'm sorry. They drive us down there with no timeouts to run out there and kick a 51-yard field goal from the right hash to salvage something. I mean, that was tremendous. I mean, like I said, it just taught me everything that there is. Your ups, your downs, your lows, everything.
That was like a win, though, wasn't it, the tie? I mean, just to keep the momentum going.
Well, it was, and because I think that was Daryl Dickey's first full game, Bob, that he had an opportunity to play a full game right after Alabama. And I remember going into the ball game as a tight end. We didn't throw the ball that much throughout the game. But we got in a situation where we were down 6-3, and it's late in the ball game, and we need points. We need to move the ball. So the Coach, you probably remember, for the first time, we opened it up. And they got us down to get in a position to give Carlos an opportunity to kick that field goal to tie it 6-6. And yes, for us, it was like a win, because what it showed us from an offensive perspective was that, hey, you know, Daryl can throw the football. And after that, we began to open up the offense. And Daryl, we all know what he was able to do from that point forward.
David, the coaching staff maybe played a little too close to the vest?
Well, I think it's kind of a natural response you have. And let's not forget that Georgia Tech was a good football team in that era. It wasn't easy. They had a good offensive team, an outstanding defensive team. So we didn't play poorly. But we were trying to take the pressure off of a new quarterback, and that's just a natural response. Sometimes when you look back, you may wish, well, we'd have done this, but you don't get those chances in football. It's like Carlos said, those life lessons stick with you. But I'll tell you one thing, that I was talking with Randy Sanders about this earlier. I do remember two things about this team. Y'all didn't know we knew about this one team meeting you had, but we did. But I do remember that I've never looked forward to practice more than I did with this team as it went down the stretch. They could not wait to get on the practice field. They wanted to do middle drills. They wanted to be physical. They had made up their minds. I guess it was LSU and Alabama tied. Yeah. And at that point in time, we knew if we went out that we go to New Orleans. Right. Well, they don't know we knew this, but we did. They had a team players-only meeting. And so they're down the stretch, and they get in there and they're doing a lot of talking. And finally, what really comes out of this meeting was, to heck with class. Do everything you can to win football games and get to the Sugar Bowl. So we quit. I think we may have quit checking classes.
That's right. But it worked, and you kept winning, and you kept winning. And this place, this town, the whole state, Johnny, you remember this. I mean, everybody was just going crazy, weren't they?
Yes, they were. You know, Coach Cutcliffe mentioned the Alabama-LSU game. I can remember distinctly after Memphis State, Memphis. I believe that was the day that they played. And instead of getting on the bus to go back to catch the plane home, we all stood around in the parking lot, and someone had a radio out in the parking lot, and we listened to the last few minutes of that ball game when they tied. And we knew when they tied, the door was wide open, and it was we controlled our own destiny. And we knew in the next couple of weeks when we played, Mississippi and Kentucky and Vanderbilt, that if we could take all three of those, we had the conference title. So that was a special moment. All of us as a team standing out there, which is unusual, all standing out in the parking lot listening to the ball game, because that was how important it was to us, because we knew that we could control our destiny depending on that outcome.
And the fans finally to hit with them too, because it had been a while since this team had been to the Sugar Bowl, and suddenly, I mean, every place you went. I mean, was it hard to concentrate, Terry, with everybody talking about Sugar Bowl, and you still had those games to play?
No. Not from a personal standpoint. I don't think it was hard at all for us to continue remaining focused on taking care of business. I mean, we still had to win those ball games in order to get to New Orleans. So when it finally became clear was, I guess, the Vanderbilt game, when the last few minutes of the game, and all of a sudden these cubes of sugar coming down on the field. I mean, I thought it was snowing in Knoxville, but that's when it became evident that we had won that opportunity and we had deserved that opportunity to go to New Orleans.
The Vanderbilt game, I mean, this place, Terry, was alive. It was amazing, the crowd reaction after Tennessee beat Vanderbilt. You knew you were going to the Sugar Bowl.
Yeah, just everybody was so excited. It's like the whole year we're dreaming for it, and that was the goal. And even though we admit now, some saying, well, we thought we could do this, and some had doubts, but most of the time when you go into every season, if you're a competitor, in your mind, no matter what kind of team you have, you feel if you go out there and you give your best, things are going to happen for you. And so going into it, we know we had a good opportunity, but once as things went on, we got more excited about it because we were getting closer and closer to that goal. And that's why even at the end, it was even that much better because this is what we worked for, and now we're here, let's take care of business. So each week went from let's take care of business to get to the goal. And then the goal wasn't just go and be there, we wanted to go and win it. So it made everything roll.
You know, the crowd didn't want you guys to leave the field. You guys didn't want to leave the field. Everybody was just running around just celebrating. David, it was a great moment, wasn't it?
I remember it like it was yesterday. I mean, I had a guy run up to me from little Spring City, Tennessee, and said this was the greatest day of his life. And I then saw that guy on the Bourbon Street and said he broke into his life savings to come to the game. I'm not going to name any names, but I mean, you know, that's the way folks were excited about it. It was just incredible.
Bob, I think we were too young to realize what we had. You know, you had a special group of guys that all of them, and you know, didn't. I wasn't thinking like, well, is John gonna miss his block, or is David gonna miss his block? You know, we were all out there as a unit working together, and that's what it takes to be a special team. That's what it takes to be a championship team. Sure. Is you got to have confidence in your teammate or your University of Tennessee brother, as you would call it, to go out, and I know he's going to do his job, and I'm going to do mine the best of my ability. And I think we had that, and we didn't really know that until we got away from the University of Tennessee, and we looked back on this and realized that there was something special here when we were here.
Now Tennessee goes on. You got a month to get ready for the Sugar Bowl. Everything's building. Fans are scrambling for tickets. Suddenly Tennessee takes over New Orleans. And you guys had a chance to have a little bit of fun. Any stories about Bourbon Street or just the Tennessee fans down there and just how much orange was down there?
Well, Bob, it was the most orange that I've seen in one place in my lifetime. I've never seen it since then, except when they made the new addition to the stadium. But I will tell you something about that. I can remember after we got to the Sugar Bowl, I can remember reading the paper down talking about Miami, and I can remember one of the Miami players, they had done an interview. Miami was ranked number 2 at the time. We were ranked number 8 going into that ball game. And I can remember one of the Miami players, they were upset because they were going to New Orleans to play the number 8 Tennessee Volunteers. And I think what that did is that set the stage for the mindset that we had when we went down to New Orleans. We felt like coming out of the Southeastern Conference from top to bottom. This is a tough conference, year in and year out. And we felt like we could play with anybody. And we were also feeling, and maybe it was just me, guys, a little disrespected.
No,
in a lot of ways.
The whole team felt disrespected. I mean, I can even recall that there were articles that were cut out of the paper and posted on our locker room door as we went in and out of the locker room, which stated some of these quotes from the Miami players. In fact, one stated that it wasn't a matter of them beating Tennessee, it was how bad they were going to beat Tennessee. And if I recall correctly, Bob, you might have went down to Miami and interviewed some of those players. Mm-hmm. And there was certainly a disrespect there. And those guys, I think, overlooked us. And we utilized that as motivation.
But, David, they still had a very talented football team, didn't they?
Well, when they walked on the field one time when I was out there at the Sugar Bowl, either right after or before our practice, and they looked the part. But what happened, I do remember this too. Not only those things occurred by reading in the paper, but at Sugar Bowl functions, they were not very respectful of our football team.
Yeah, they wanted to fight.
I mean, their only focus was on, I think it was Oklahoma getting beaten, and they were going to be the national champions if Oklahoma got beat.
Right.
So we kind of got lost in the shuffle, and they had phenomenal players. We knew that. But I don't know if Jeff will remember this. I told Jeff the score of the game before we went over from the motel to the to the stadium. I said, we're going to beat them 35-7. And he may have looked at me kind of funny. But I knew in my heart that this team would beat that Miami team that day. And went out, and I've never heard Rocky Top played that much. It was great indoors, wasn't it?
They had Benny Testaverde, a very dangerous quarterback, and you had to, I mean, the defense was really tested in this game. I mean, you had to come up with some different things. What did Coach Donahue put in that made it a little bit different for Miami?
Well, one thing, just our whole year, we had a pressure defense. We got after people, as the word was saying, and we would send everybody, and we would really lock down. And you have your man. But like an old friend of mine, the coach used to say, we playing that cat defense. And you say, well, what's cat defense? You got that cat, you got that cat, you got that cat. And you go out there and play. So thank God we had our cats, and we went out there and took care of business. Well, a lot of pressure, and then the motivation that we got, as you was here being said, that we were disrespected. It was almost like a challenge, this game is in the bank, it's ours. So that really got your blood flowing even more. So when we went out there and with the scheme that was put together and the different packages we had, it ended up being a great day. And for myself, it was a whole year of persevering anyway. For some times from 1 minute I was starting, some games I didn't play at all. And for that Miami game, I wasn't starting at the beginning of that, and then things just changed. So I was blessed with, it was teaching me to persevere even at that time, and we went on. But it was exciting, and for the game plan that we put in, it was just what we needed to put the pressure on them and make things happen. I don't think they were so good, I don't think they were ready to be challenged like that. People were scared to challenge them in their speed, and we challenged their speed.
Brian, I remember the first time Testaverde goes to the line of scrimmage and has to call timeout because he was so confused. That had to give the defense a lot of confidence.
Yeah, it did, especially with the crowd going crazy, the expectations. Really, I talked to a lot of UT fans back then leading up to it that were just glad that we'd gotten to that point. Kind of saying, hey, if it doesn't work out, don't feel bad. But I tell you what, Coach Donahue, as far as the defensive aspect, he used to ask us every game. He'd come around, you tired? And the first thing out of your mouth was, no, I'm not tired. He would challenge you. Are you tired yet? Are you tired? You look tired. No, I'm not tired. Because he knew how much we ran and to get ready. And there was never a team or a game that me or I don't think any of us felt that we were not in better condition than any team that we played all year. And it was a good, if the game was close, now everybody's holding up four fingers every game you watch. But it really, if we were with the team in the fourth quarter, we thought we had it.
Mark, what about the different schemes? Did you put a lot of different blitzes, a lot of different looks in for the game?
We ran pretty much the same package. I think a lot of people didn't realize how complicated our defense really was. At any given time, these guys will tell you, we could go and we'd have 50 or 60 potential defensive schemes that we could run. And during that year, Coach Donahue would come up with an idea where he had a lineman that would actually, when you came to the line of scrimmage, the offensive lineman would get down, and we would actually read. We'd find one of their linemen that you could read whether he was going to pass set or run block. And so we would call two defenses in the huddle. We'd have a blitz call if it was going to be a pass play, and we'd have a run defense call. And what would have to happen in a matter of seconds, the lineman would get down, a defensive lineman would make a call. Kelly Ziegler would then have to make a signal to the defensive backs to let them know whether we're playing cat defense or whether we're playing zone defense. And then we'd have to make sure everybody knew what that play was. So Coach Donahue really early on, he just drilled it into us. I can remember filling out defensive formation sheets over and over until I was blue in the face. You filled them out Saturday morning, you filled them out Friday night, Thursday night. I think, as I look around, here's the thing that struck me about this team more than anything else. Credit goes to the players because I think this is a very coachable team. And I think a lot of this is because we were kind of novice at this. We were new. We didn't know how good we really could be. So if Coach Cutcliffe said, Jeff, you need to do this, Jeff did it. Why? Because Coach told you to do it. But when you look at what this team did, three things. One, we were in better shape than anybody else. That's a coaching staff accolade. Coach Donahue, Coach Cutcliffe, they ran us. And they ran us hard. It's interesting to watch some of these up there giving Coach Donahue a hug and give him a ball. I cursed him half the time. It's really true. And I'm sure Coach Harris and everybody else. But we were in shape. The other thing was we were opportunistic. Somebody told me a stat one time. I don't know if it's true, but I think we were plus 26 in the turnover category. Our running backs didn't lose a turnover after the first quarter of the UCLA game, did not lose a fumble. Daryl Dickey went 120 passes, I think, without an interception. Yeah, that's coach. That's doing the little things right and being opportunistic. And the third thing is that we came out and won a lot of games in the second half. And again, that's just game planning from the coaches in the second, during halftime. So it's interesting how this works. I think everybody here would say we had a great coaching staff. And I think the coaching staff, it's neat to hear Coach Cuckler say, these are guys we wanted to coach. And I think that's what made this such a successful team and made it a magical season, is that they respected us as much as we respected them. And at the end of the day, whether it's after a Vanderbilt game or even today, we'll still point the finger at the other person and say, thank you, they were the reason we got here. And that's what made this team special, and I think that's why the fans still like this team.
David, what an advantage was it to get the lead early, though? Jeff caught the early touchdown pass, and that really helped. But getting the lead on those guys, did that change the complexion of the game?
Yeah, we had run the football pretty good all year. I mean, and, you know, it was a lot of one-on-one matchups. And I'll have to say with my buddy right here that took on Jerome Brown most of the night, who we all know about Jerome. I mean, God rest his soul now, but Bruce pretty much whipped him all night. I mean, we all had a good night, but we physically took it at him. And to get that lead, and as Jeff said, you know, they did think they could match up with you one-on-one. Well, they couldn't handle Tim McGee at times. You know, they couldn't handle Eric Swanson, couldn't handle Jeff Smith. So we had some talent too, but just a great game plan. You know, that was back in the time when you could run a lot of counters. The speed didn't catch you so much from the backside. You know, ran a lot of traps, and you don't see that a lot now in today's game. And that was a lot of the way we ran the football. You know, so but it was a big plus to get up, and then just, you know, without a doubt, I've been fortunate to play in a Super Bowl, but I've never played in a game where the fans dominated the game. I mean, we played great both sides. I mean, as great as our defense played, John, you played with Testaverde at Tampa, and he told you he couldn't hear a thing. He couldn't do a thing. You know, I mean, as great as our defense was playing, but it was just the greatest game I've ever played in, I think.
Guys, it was a special night, a special team. We thank you for coming back and sharing the memories. We thank you for all your hard work, and thank you for that great, great season in '85.
Thank you for inviting us back.
Appreciate it.
Well, you know, you might say that, you know, somebody might say, well, the fun's over, now let's get down to business. Well, let's hope the fun is just starting. And the only way for fun to start is for us to keep our minds on our business and play like the Tennessee Volunteers, Southeastern Conference champions know how to play. And that's good enough to beat anybody and everybody on any given day. You know that, and I know that. First 5 minutes of the game. These are things that got us where we are. First 5 minutes. Poise at all times, whether we are ahead, tied, or behind. Discipline. Intimidation factor. I want to reiterate that again. They don't have any respect for you. Make them remember you as long as they live. The way you hit, and the way you knock them downfield, and the way we hustle. Attack, attack, attack. Always attack. And by all means, have fun. What's it all about? You don't have a good time out there. Let's repeat our game maxims. Number 1. The team making the fewest mistakes will win. That's what got us where we are. Being the best disciplined football team in the United States. We've had fewer turnovers compared to our opponents more than anybody else in the nation. Number 2. Play far and make the plays. When one comes our way, score. The turnover ratio. Opportunistic football. Capitalizing on our breaks. Number 3. If at first the game of breaks go against us, don't let up. Put on more steam. I watched Michigan against Nebraska. They got down 14-3 at halftime. They came back and whipped them good. Scored 26 points in the third quarter. Keep your poise. Number 4. Husky, ball, cover, cut and slice on offense, pursue and gang tackle on defense. This is a winning edge. It's been the winning edge 11 weeks to get you to the championship. on your journey. A team of destiny. 5, protect our kickers and passes. Keep our heads in the game at all times and play smart football all night long. People in the game, listen to the calls. People on the sideline, being alert for substitutions, kicking situations. Managers, trainers, coaches, everybody. 6, press the kicking game, for here's where the breaks are made. We must and we will win the kicking game because we are better at it if we play like we practice. 7, carry the 5 to Miami and keep it there for 60 minutes. Everybody on one knee. Touch somebody. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Thine is the kingdom, power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Field center. My helmet center. Just get a big head.
Okay, fellas, we got 30 ticks to the clock. We've had a great season. Right now, we're having more fun than Miami's having. They're not having as much fun as you guys have because you got them frustrated. We're making too many mistakes. Offensively, too many penalties. Could improve our pass protection. We're in better condition than they are. Our condition will pay off in the 3rd and 4th quarter. If you report to them, they're frustrated. We've got 30 minutes of tough football ahead of us. Lay it on the line. We're going to kick off. That guy hesitates a little bit back there, even though it's in the end zone. Don't you let up. Get after him like you've been doing. 30 minutes, we're in better condition, we're having more fun. Stick to it. The stadium steps, the conditioning, all the hard work you've done paid off.
It paid off, man.
I just close on this.
You didn't run those things.
In all my life, I have never seen a football team play a better game, and I doubt as good a game as the whole group did tonight. To the staff, and you fellas, terrific. All right.
Tim. Really? I don't know what to say.
That's your Heisman?
Enough said.
We came and we did it. We came, we had a goal to do. We set last January. We set to come and win the Southeastern Conference Championship and play in the Sugar Bowl. We did it. It took a team effort. It took everybody's participation from everywhere. I love every one of y'all. It's been an outstanding experience for me. Something I'll never, ever forget.
All right.
Don't get too big to cry, do you? No, sir. It shows he's got heart.
Well, it's over.
You did it, girl. That's right. Never did.
Who you live with?
Yeah, hold the camera a minute till you get to that. Yeah, give him a break.
Okay, let's move it.
Yeah,
bring it along, man. Bring it along.
Well, on New Year's week, Johnny Majors took a flight down the Mississippi with his men of orange and white. The Vols had made a promise to win by any means. They had a day for battle at the Dome in New Orleans. Against a fired-up defense, Miami kept it coming, but they weren't even close enough to kick a field goal. Just a birdie tried to pass it, but they had to take a running, cause a big play by Chris White and Dale Jones. Well, it's 1st and 10 for the Orange of Tennessee. Darryl Dickey drops back and he hits Tim McGee with a juke to the left and a juke to the right. Tim's in the end zone, not a hurricane in sight. Dickey fired another pass, but Miami kept it coming, but they weren't quite as close as they were a while ago. Dickey fired once more, and or we're through with our championship roll. We'll bring home the trophy to another Sugar Bowl. Against the fired up defense, Miami kept it coming, but they weren't even close enough to kick a field goal. Testaverde tried to pass it, but they had to take the running, cause the big plays by Chris White and Dale Jones. Well, we killed them with our offense and crushed them with our defense. Beat them so bad that they didn't want to know how this team from Tennessee had come so far along to win the Sugar Bowl. Not only can we pass, but we can run and score. Either Henderson or Powell or Davis once more. Had a bunch of volunteers that turned into a team. That's how we won the Battle of New Orleans. They could find another pass, but Miami kept it coming. But they weren't quite as close as they were a while ago. Dickey fired once more, and they began to run it back down to Miami across the Gulf of Mexico. Well, Carlos will kick 'em and Dale will stick 'em. We'll beat 'em so bad they'll wish they never showed. Oh, Manico, stop 'em running, Wilkerson will block 'em, and that's how the Vols win another Sugar Bowl.
Going to the Sugar Bowl with my girl. Going to a party down in New Orleans. The Volunteers are wanted in the SEC. They're going to be a party and we're going down to play the Sugar Bowl. Going down to New Orleans. Gonna have a little party with the Volunteers of Tennessee. Well, it started off with Tony really throwing the ball. He got us past some big ones and it had a bad fall. Dickey took it over, had the lead in the balls. Who'd have ever thought it? Now we're going down to play the Sugar Bowl. Going down to New Orleans. Well, Volunteers are wanted and we're going to play the Sugar Bowl. I said, shake, I told him, shake the Sugar Bowl. Shake the Dickey, shake the Sugar Bowl. Shake McGee, shake the Sugar Bowl. Shake on Dale, shake the Sugar Bowl. Gonna have a little party with the Volunteers of Tennessee. Oh, kick it, Arlo. What you know is true. The Volunteers are gonna get Miami too. Pack up your bags, check out the store. The Volunteers are won and now we're gonna play the Sugar Bowl. Going down to New Orleans. Gonna have a little party with the Volunteers of Tennessee. Shake, Tony, shake the Sugar Bowl. Shake, Dickey, shake the Sugar Bowl. Shake, McGee, gonna shake the Sugar Bowl. Shake on Dale, shake the Sugar Bowl. Gonna have a little party with the Volunteers of Tennessee. Gonna have a little party with the Volunteers of Tennessee. Sugar. Pick it off, Chris. Shake the Sugar Bowl. Shake the Sugar Bowl. Shake the Sugar Bowl. Shake the Sugar Bowl. Ransom, orange.
Sugar, it's still a victory. You're the Vols quarterback, and Miami's Giants do. Sugar, sugar, up to New Orleans now. All-American volunteer, and touchdowns follow you. I just can't believe the Fighting Vols of Tennessee. I just can't believe it's true. I just can't believe the way the Vols keep breaking through. I just can't believe it's true. So give a sugar and the Mississippi. Sugar, and the sugar victory. You are the volunteers, and you got us cheering for you. Sugar.
one time.
Shake the sugar bowl now.
Sugar, sugar.
Shake the sugar bowl now.
You are the volunteer, and you gotta cheer. Sing it to me, Weeds.
Shake the sugar bowl now.
Sugar, sugar.
Shake the sugar bowl now.
You are our volunteers, and we're so proud of you.
We've been tricked. We've been tricked.
Charles, here we are 20 years later from that 85 team, and still it's one of the, might be the most favorite team of Tennessee fans. That's got to be special to you and the guys that played on that team.
It is, and it's more special with each passing day because we're not out there doing it anymore. And for us to look back and for us to realize what we accomplished and now realize our place in Tennessee history is awfully special for each and every one of us, because the memories now are all in our heads. We can't go out and do it anymore. We can't go out and make a tackle, throw a pass, score a touchdown. But to be reminded in the way that we are and to be embraced by the Tennessee nation, the volunteer nation, it's awfully nice.
Everybody talks about the sacrifices that everybody on that team made to be successful. I mean, you came in as a quarterback. You want to be the next Conridge Holloway, didn't you?
Yeah, me and everyone else in the defensive secondary. Tommy Sims was a quarterback. Terry Brown was a quarterback. Chris White was a quarterback. Andre Kramer was a quarterback. I could go on for days. We were very fortunate that we had enough athletic ability to make the transition and move over, because we all came in with Tony Robinson. Except for, I think Chris was before him and Andre was after, but Tommy, Terry, and myself, we all came in with Tony. And after a couple of throws, I think we all realized, we've got something special here. Tommy, Terry, and myself, we eventually all moved over to defensive back, and it worked out pretty well for all of us.
Did you see it coming before the start of the season? I mean, obviously you had a great weapon in Tony Robinson, but did you think that could really be a special team when the season began?
I think we thought so in winter workouts. I'll never forget losing to Maryland in the Sun Bowl after being ahead 21-0 at the half. I helped contribute greatly to that loss. I was beaten on a pass pattern by Farrell Edmonds, who later was a first-round draft pick of the Dolphins, a freshman tight end at the time, and he rumbled in for a touchdown. I think it may have been the tying touchdown at the time. I was beaten in man-to-man coverage, and Coach Majors had a few choice words for me long before I got to the bench. And we ended up losing game 28-27. And what I remember most was after the game, Coach Majors gathered everyone up and said, "Seniors, we thank you for your contributions. We wish you all the best in your future. Thank you for everything you've done for Tennessee football. As for the rest of you who are coming back, better have a great winter workout and prepare to strap it on tight, because the spring practice, I promise you, will be a bloodbath." And that was back before you had 20 hours a week, only 15 practices. It was 20 practices. You could be in pads every day. It didn't matter. And that's how we did it in the spring. I think we stretched the first day and went right to our new gauntlet drill, which was a lot of hitting and contact, and we kept it up throughout the spring. And he said we were going to be a much more physical team, and we were the next year. And I think that we felt going into the season we were better than what people thought. And even the UCLA tie, which was a disappointment for us because that's a game we should have won, we never lost confidence from that point on.
What is the game that, though, really it all clicked in? You think, hey, wait a minute, we got something going here.
Well, beating Auburn, obviously at home, they were number one. Bo Jackson was the best player in college football. Ended up winning the Heisman Trophy that year. That told us and told the nation that we were pretty good. And going to Alabama, going to Birmingham, and beating Alabama 16-14. I know nowadays everyone talks about Florida. If you are Tennessee, old guard, old school, it will always be beating Alabama. And beating them 16-14 was just a monster thrill for us. But I think the one that really brought it together, Bob, because we lost Tony Robinson in the Alabama game, was tying Georgia Tech 6-6. And I know people don't think that's a big accomplishment. We should have won that night. But our offense made a last drive. Carlos Revez kicked a monster field goal, tied the game, and Coach Majors was so positive after the game when we thought he would be negative because that's a team we should have beat. But he came in because, hey, Tony wasn't playing. Darryl was just getting started at quarterback, Darryl Dickey. hey, let's go. That's not a conference game. Our mission is still out there. And from that moment on, Bob, we blew away everyone, up to and including Miami.
You didn't have the best of seasons because you were injured all year, but that opened the door for Chris White to step in too, didn't it?
Yeah, the previous spring I had shoulder surgery, and Chris got all the repetitions in the spring and really blossomed, became a heck of a football player. Not that he wasn't before, but it's the same as anything else. The more chances you get to do something, the better you're going to be. He always was a great athlete, terrific basketball player. If you ever watch Chris White move on a basketball court and shoot it and dunk and fly, you knew he was as good an athlete as we had out there, and it came to the front. And then right before the UCLA game, I had a really good fall. I thought I was having an excellent fall. I hurt an ankle in a punt coverage drill or punt return drill and didn't make it back in time, and Chris got 3 interceptions in the UCLA game. And the funny part was I had told him before the game, we need 3 out of you. I don't think I really believed that. And he got 3 interceptions. And then after the game, I thought, great for him, great for us. Really bad for me because I may not play anymore after this. Chris White's going to take my job. And we had a number of injuries in the secondary all year. Guys played hurt a lot. Tommy Sims, Terry Brown. So Terry McDaniel, Victor Pepper stepped in. I was able to get back into the lineup and play with Chris in the secondary. And he had a season for the ages and well-deserved. I mean, that's the one thing people have to understand. There was no luck involved in that for Chris White. He went out and earned it and played so well. 9 interceptions. An All-American first team, and he should have been. He had a tremendous year.
All right, so you win, you keep winning, you get down toward the end. Now you're getting on this juggernaut that's heading toward the Sugar Bowl.
Yes.
Do you remember walking around campus as all that was building before the Kentuckys and the Vanderbilt games and what it was like in this town?
Yeah, it was tremendous because the fever was out there. One of the reasons I think we've been embraced so much as the Sugar Vols and the 85 team, not just the fact that we finished the mission, but we had not won an SEC championship here in Tennessee in 16 seasons prior to that. And that's very unusual for a program of our tradition and of our excellence to go that long of a drought without a trophy in the case. So that's one of the reasons people loved us so much. We were like announcing that Tennessee was back on the map in college football and playing for championships. But you're right, going on campus, going around town, the constant phone calls, the constant media attention, which was all a great pleasure at the time, believe me. And, a lot of guys, we all loved it and cherished it. But to stay focused and understand that those schools would be gunning for us. And as Coach Major would say, traditional rivalry games, you got to be ready to go. And we found a way to be ready to go, and none of them had a chance. I mean, they really didn't.
Great coaching staff. Yes. I mean, really, when you guys look back at it, and some of the guys that went on to have great careers in other schools, but I mean, that coaching staff came together that year too.
Oh, I mean, just go ahead and run down it. I mean, look how many guys went on and became head coaches too. Walt Harris, our offensive coordinator, very successful head coach at Pacific, Pittsburgh, and now at Stanford. David Cutcliffe was on that staff, very successful head coach at Ole Miss. Philip Fulmer, our offensive line coach, extremely successful head coach here at the University of Tennessee. Kippy Brown, wide receivers coach, became a head coach in the XFL for, I believe, the Memphis Mad Dogs. Or the Memphis Maniacs, I think the team name was, but one of the most respected offensive minds in the country. I think he was an offensive coordinator for the Miami Dolphins at one point. Ken Donahue on defense. Ron Zook, our secondary coach, later the head coach at Florida, now at the University of Illinois. Dick Bumpus was our linebackers coach. He's the defense coordinator at TCU now, but has been a coordinator at a number of other programs. I'm sorry if I'm slighting anyone or missing anyone. Doug Matthews, our running backs coach and special teams coach, could have very well been a head coach if he so chose to pursue it. Was just tremendous, and I love playing for that man on special teams. All of these guys had such an influence on all of us, and the staff was just terrific. But Ken Donahue coming in, speaking as a defensive guy, the old crowbar himself, with all of his reputation from Alabama, and he followed a very popular man in Larry Marmee who did a great job. And what can you say? The exotic blitzes, the game plans, and putting people in the right places to succeed. And we were able to carry out what he wanted us to do.
You wind up at the Sugar Bowl. Fans are going crazy, but you got to go up against Vinny Testaverde and a very good Miami team. What did Coach Donahue do for you guys in the secondary to help you stop Vinny Testaverde? I mean, you guys shut him down.
Well, 2 things. We wanted to make sure we disguise coverages as much as possible and show different looks. And if you go back and look at the Sugar Bowl tape in total, the first snap of the ball game, they never got off. because we were moving around in the secondary. The linebackers were moving and changing looks. The defensive front was switching and stemming and moving. And he never called play, called timeout. And we thought, oh, right out of the gate. All right. Coach Donahue showed a lot of different looks that night, and it was a coordinated effort. And he put the D-line in great positions to succeed. Richard Brown with a big sack in that game. Marco Vanek wreaking havoc throughout the ball game. Our linebackers, of course, Dale Jones coming from the outside, Kelly Ziegler on the inside. Again, Darren Miller, also a terrific inside linebacker for us. And in the secondary, we had injuries. Tommy Sims, Terry Brown didn't play in the Sugar Bowl because both of them were hurt. But Terry McDaniel and Victor Peppers played like they'd been playing all year long. And even better than that, Andre Kramer coming in and playing in that situation. Chris White capped off a brilliant year with another interception, almost returned it for a touchdown. It all worked together because the plan was given, and we had enough belief in the plan to go out and execute it. And I think we showed Miami things that they had not seen on film all year long from us.
Terry McDaniel was telling us about the cat defense. Remember the cat defense?
Man, God. You're bringing it all back now, Bob.
You got that cat.
You got that cat. He's got that cat. And Coach Donahue also used to talk about signals, and you'd hear him say all the time, cat, 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 dog, 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 dog. And we're like, what is he talking about? Anything that runs along the ground means it's going to be a run. If I say something run along the ground, it's going to be a run. And if I say sky, sky, bird, eagle, anything up in the air that flies, that's a pass.
You kind of broke it down to the simplest denominator.
The simplest of things, and he made it so that if you executed, you didn't have to think too much. It wasn't that it was a basic defense, but it was, okay, here's how it's supposed to work, and then we drilled it to perfection. I think it was similar to Lombardi's Packers. They didn't have a huge playbook. It wasn't overly extensive, but they had it tuned up so well that almost even if you knew it was coming, you couldn't do anything about it. That's where we got that year, where even if you kind of thought we were coming on a blitz, you might not get everyone. And we were opportunistic and resilient. I mean, that's what we were that year. We led the nation in turnover margin. We were taking away balls left and right. It's any ball that hit, we were going to get. Any ball popped in the air, we got. Any ball you threw, we were going to intercept. That's where we got that year on defense. And resiliency. Guys would get hurt, other people would step in. We've talked about me and Chris. Guys would go down at any position, someone else would step in and play. And there was, we never really missed a beat. Did we miss Tony Robinson? Sure. But look at what Darryl Dickey did. How many tailbacks did we go through that year? Look what Jeff Powell did in the Sugar Bowl game. It was that type of a year. It was our year. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Everybody talks about how close this team is. And I know for you guys, that Sugar Bowl seems like it was last week, doesn't it?
Oh, of course. I don't know how many guys would admit it. I'm quite sure everyone has it nearby, queued up, ready to watch at a moment's notice. I think if the postman drops by with a package, hey, you want to see me in the 85 Sugar Bowl? Click, and on it goes. Oh, the relatives coming by? Yeah, I'm sure they'll want to see the Sugar Bowl again. Hey, where are my kids? Kids, come watch Dad in the Sugar Bowl again. And I'm being somewhat facetious, but it was a very proud moment for all of us, and it was such a feel-good time where we were swept up in the embrace of the Volunteer Nation, but we were swept up in the embrace of each other at the same time. And I know that it's corny. I know that people talk about, hey, in athletics, you don't need this. And the love, the respect, the trust that team had for each other. Was everything perfect? Of course not. You're not going to get 95, 100 guys together and everyone's going to love each other and all that. But when it came time to play, it didn't matter. And on the field and in an orange jersey, oh yeah, we all loved each other very much because we had to. We had to rely on each other. And when you go fulfill that assignment, I have to fulfill mine, and then it all works. And yeah, really, really special time. And Bob, I'm 40 now. And since I'm 40, it's really special because I never could run a 40 very well anyway. The 40-yard dash, you tie me with, the sundial. But nowadays, it doesn't matter because on film, we still look like we're young and swift and fast.
What made that 85 team special, and do you think the team is still one of the most beloved and adored teams in Tennessee history?
Well, I think the main thing that made that team a real special team was it was such an unselfish football team. We had a lot of unsung heroes that played a huge part in being in that team's success. The other thing I think that the Tennessee fans, the Big Orange Nation, was hungry for a team to really step up and to put our program and the university and our football team back in the national limelight. And that's what that team did. A very unselfish football team, and it just seemed to, as the year progressed, it just seemed to gather momentum from the fans, and it was just a great coming together of a lot of different things at the right time for Tennessee football.
When Tony Robinson was hurt late in the Alabama game, you were thrust into a very difficult, intense situation. Talk about your memories of that game and what stands out in your mind.
Well, what stands out to me playing against Alabama in the first play of the fourth quarter was the extreme intensity and the speed of the game that was going on at that point in time. Unless you've actually been in that arena and been on that field in that football game or in any major college football game with such a great rivalry as Tennessee-Alabama, the speed of the game is incredible. And I've stood on the sideline for a long time and watched a lot of football, but until I was actually put out there in that situation, I did not understand the speed of the game. And it was incredible how fast those players were playing, the intensity, the emotion, and everything that was on the field. And that's something that's been ingrained in my mind, and it's something I'll never forget.
From that point on, talk about your development, growth, and emergence as the quarterback at Tennessee in '85.
Well, I don't know how much I developed. I know that I think the best way to explain that was preparation meeting opportunity. I spent a lot of time waiting for an opportunity to come along and so that I could get out and prove that I was a capable football player. I certainly wasn't a great talent by any means, but we had a lot of very good football players around us, had a solid offensive line, good running game, and some very good wide receivers. And I just played my part in trying to make sure that they got the ball, and we didn't do things that cost us football games. We had a very high completion and attempt for passes compared to interceptions, which was very good. And we didn't turn the ball over. We didn't beat ourselves. So we did the things that it took to win football games. And so as far as my development, here again, I think it was preparation and opportunity that came together at the right time for me.
Was there a time or a game where you felt finally the light came on and you felt completely comfortable as the leader of that team?
Well, we played Georgia Tech the first game after Alabama, and they were probably the best defense that we played from the Alabama game on. They were an outstanding football team and one of the better teams that Tech had until they won the national championship a few years later, so they were certainly on the rise. Very difficult ball game. We had to fight and scratch to get a tie at the end of the game right there. But the next week we came back and played Rutgers, and I think things started to fall in that ball game. We got into a really good rhythm and had a very good game plan and a very good game and beat them soundly. And from that point on, things seemed to steamroll in our favor, and things went well from the Rutgers game on. I think the Georgia Tech game, it was kind of a feeling out game. The staff trying to feel out how I was going to react and that. But after that, I think they decided, hey, let's just go play, and we did, and that was kind of a turning point for us.
Talk about the impressions of that carnival-like atmosphere surrounding the Volunteers and the fans in New Orleans.
Well, there's no question that the atmosphere around the '85 Sugar Bowl was a tremendous one. I remember going down to do an interview down on Bourbon Street early one evening. It certainly wasn't very late because we wouldn't have been able to do that, but kind of came in the back entrance of this thing, and we went up on the balcony that overlooked Bourbon Street. And when I walked out on that balcony, Bourbon Street, as far as you could see from one end to the other, was nothing but Big Orange. And I guess they Bob might have had an announcement that we were going to have a live broadcast, so they were ready. And it was a tremendous thing from down there on Bourbon Street. All week long was a great atmosphere. And then, of course, you have the ball game where our fans were tremendous, and we really rocked the house that night with our fans. They did a great job. You know, I think our team was very confident. Certainly ending the year the way we did, we certainly built momentum throughout the year, and I think we were confident in our abilities. There's no question about that. The thing that was good for us was the media kind of left us alone. The media was all over on Miami. I know there was some of our local people from Knoxville there that covered us throughout the Sugar Bowl, but all the national media was over with the Hurricanes and Vinny Testaverde and Jimmy Johnson and all those guys and their preparation for winning the national championship, which is what they were playing for. So we were kind of left on the back burner to ourselves and to prepare to ourselves, and I think that kind of helped us in staying focused. We didn't have a whole lot of distractions. I think our team was very serious in their preparation and getting ready to play, and you know, being left alone and kind of on the back burner, that really helped us in our preparation, I think.
What about the game plan for the Sugar Bowl? Why was Tennessee so successful against such a highly ranked defense like Miami?
Well, I know Walt Harris and our offensive staff did a great job in coming up with a game plan to attack Miami. The thing that sticks out in my mind more than anything was the opportunities we had and what our defense created for us. I think we intercepted Vinny Testaverde 6 times and knocked the ball loose 3 or 4 other times that we recovered. I mean, we were getting opportunity after opportunity after opportunity in great field position, and sooner or later the defense for Miami just kind of wore out. And our offensive staff had a great game plan. We spread the ball around. We didn't take a lot of chances. We got our running game going good. We got our short passing game going good. So, you know, here again, it was kind of like the whole year. We didn't try to do something that was going to beat ourselves. We didn't throw interceptions. We didn't fumble the ball and things like that. When we did, Tim McGee recovered it in the end zone for us one time. But, you know, I think it was more so the defense and what the defense created for us, and also us being able to capitalize on that, which was so important for us.
You had a tremendous game, being named MVP of the Sugar Bowl. Talk about your performance, and do you feel like you were in the zone during that game?
Well, if you call a tremendous performance and being in the zone, 15 out of 25 for 150 yards, a great performance. I sure don't. I don't. I think I was very fortunate to get that award, and I didn't have a great game. I wasn't a great player. Our team had a great game, and you know, I was awarded that for our team, and that's very fortunate to have had that, and I'm very proud of it. But you know, being in the zone, I certainly wasn't. Our football team was, and our offense was. Our defense had a great game plan, and really got after the Miami offense, and you know, we did the things that we needed to do offensively to win. We capitalized on turnovers and put the ball in the end zone. But you know, it wasn't a dominating performance by a quarterback, and that certainly was where I was. So you know, being in the zone or anything, I think that was more so of a team thing for us.
After all that you've been through during your career at Tennessee with the injuries and, of course, then leading the team to the Sugar Bowl championship and being named MVP, that had to be a very special and emotional night for you and your family.
Well, it certainly was, and it was great to have the whole family there. My dad was the first year at Tennessee as being the athletic director, and it was the end of my career there. Whenever you can end your career winning the conference championship and also being named the Sugar Bowl MVP, those are 2 of the highest honors you have at that time at the University of Tennessee. So it was a great time at the University of Tennessee. I certainly didn't have a great career, but it ended on a real positive note and something that I'm really proud of, and being part of a very special time in the history of the University of Tennessee, and a great moment in their tradition is something that I'll always treasure and always be very proud of.
Dale, coming out of the 84 season, was there a sense or feeling among the players that 85 could be a special year?
Well, I think starting into the summer workout, we felt pretty good about ourselves, especially because our offense was so talented. Quarterback Tony Robson, you know, he was one of the best out there, And defensively, there were some questions, but we had a lot of guys that played together, and coming out of the spring, we felt pretty confident.
What made that 85 team special, and do you think the team is still one of the most beloved and adored teams in Tennessee history?
Well, I think there were several reasons. I think because we were I felt like we were the team that brought us back. And, we hadn't won a championship in 20 years, so it gave us the opportunity to win a championship. I think it's the way the guys played together. I thought, of all the teams I've ever been around, coaching now and up to that point, I think that team developed a special bond.
Talk about the development, the emergence, and the dominance of the defense that year. We were supposed to be a season when the offense was supposed to be dominant, but the defense really carried the team.
Well, I think early in the year we were young, and Coach Donahue had brought in a new philosophy, and it's more of attacking defense. And I think that at the beginning, I think the offense did carry us, and then we lost Tony, and I think the bond that we built. We just didn't have any superstars on defense, and we just became a solid team. And early offense carried us, and then late defense carried us. I think Florida was the key. We went to Florida, hottest game I've ever played in my life. That's one of the hottest games I think there's been played. But they were so talented, and I think they might have been number one in the country, and they were just loaded with talent. Of course, they were on probation, but they were by far the most talented team in the country. And we went down there and played one of the best ball games that I've ever been associated with. And I just think it was a point there where, me personally, I knew after that ball game that we had a chance to win the rest of them, and we wasn't going to lose.
One of the biggest games of the season was the Auburn game when they were ranked number one, and you shut down Bo Jackson.
Well, I think Bo had probably maybe 20 yards that day. And it's kind of funny, you think about, well, we shut him down, and actually he left the game. But as much as anything, it was the offense. Our offense just dominated them from the get-go. And, they were out there on the field most of the day and just racking up points. And at that point, we could take chances. And, it's a day that, you think we did a great job defensively, but it was really the offense that did it.
The importance and intensity of the Alabama game that year made it a contest that's still a classic in Tennessee history. Talk about the game and walk us through your memories and recollections of that miraculous interception you had to stop an Alabama drive late in the game.
The Alabama game, we losing Tony Robinson. And, it's just at that time, that's when we really stepped up defensively. Darryl Dickey came in, and it was his first game, and so they started limiting things that they would let him do. And it's just it was one of those days that the defense carried us. It was a dream growing up in Tennessee and having the opportunity to play Alabama or to play for Tennessee and play your arch rival, and being fortunate enough to make an interception that made a difference in the game. As far as me, the part where I pointed up at the stands, it was an opportunity for me just to give something back to our people that were down there.
Coach Ken Donahue, tell us about this legendary defensive coach.
Well, Coach Donahue was probably the toughest man I've ever met. We would have two-a-days, and after between every practice, we were running those stadium steps. And Coach Donahue was probably 60s, and somewhere in his 60s, and he'd run them too. And he's just he built. I guess he's probably the reason we were so successful defensively. He built a bond not only to player, but player to coach, and all the coaches. They just did a tremendous job, and it's just one of those years that everything fell in place. Scheme-wise, we ran, we probably ran what people would recognize would be the 46 defense, Buddy Ryan, and we were coming from everywhere. So it was a fun defense to play in.
That Sugar Bowl experience was very special for Tennessee football and the entire state, wasn't it?
Well, definitely. The first thing I think of is the crowd. I guess it holds some. Say if it held 80,000, 60,000 or more Tennessee fans were there, and it was just, in Miami at that time were on a roll. They played in the big games, and this was the first time for us, and so those things become a factor. Scheme, it was an opportunity. They hit us on a quick play, and they scored earlier. And then we just kept coming after them, and coming from every direction, and it was an opportunity. They never knew who was coming, who wasn't coming, and it was a day of it's unbelievable, because just the way it all turned out, you just wouldn't believe it would have happened. It goes back to why people love this team, and it's because we're the team that I believe that brought us back. Now it's nothing to be champions. Now we've got a national championship. We've won probably since I've been there, probably 7 or 8 SEC championships, and so that's a factor. I think the way the team came together, we were a team, and I think how people could associate themselves with the players on the field, and that's one of the things it just made a bond, and it was a year that will always be special.
Your coach, Johnny Majors, said that he never knew of a player who wanted to play for his school more than Dale Jones does for Tennessee. Talk about what that means to you and playing for Tennessee and the experience of being a part of that '85 championship team.
Well, it meant everything. It was an opportunity growing up in the state, and playing for Tennessee. I dreamed of it as a young boy to go to Tennessee. Coming out of high school, not being recruited by Tennessee or any matter of fact, nobody, and going to a prep school just to get the opportunity, and that was special. Running through the T, I'll never forget that. That's one of being in Coach Major's office when he offered me a scholarship. And like I said, was growing up in Tennessee, and when you're little, you think about your arch rival, which was Alabama. We hated Alabama, and to be able to have lived one of the little dreams I always had of making an interception and helping win the game, and those memories right there are definitely special.